Probably turn just a little bit more towards Ann, if you would.
Like this?
I can do the angle on that.
And pull your coat down a bit.
I forgot when I dressed this morning that this was coming up, and I thought, yeah, it's the oldest suit I own. And
Very nice.
That's good. Maybe we'll match some of the early photographs.
yeah, right. Good idea. I think I've had it almost that long too. Not quite, but
We'll fade you in from an earlier picture.
yeah.
Okay. Anytime.
Okay, you came here. When and how?
Well, I came here in April 1 of 1964. I was coming during that month of March from Mount Vernon, trying to get a house settled and to see the kinds of jobs that we'd have to have, type of things the department should be like. So all of that was a pretty exciting time for me. I think part of the excitement was just moving into a new job, but also moving to a new place, you know, a place where new work, new challenges were being met, and where I was with very creative and marvelous people. You know, George Nelson just turned the excitement on as far as I was concerned, because he was a visionary. He was such a capable person. So all of those things went into coming. It was a career change for me too.
What was your former career?
I was pastoring in Mount Vernon and had enjoyed pastoral work for a number of years, taught pastoral care for a period of time overseas, and just found pastoral work very gratifying. I met Mr. Nelson by asking him to come up and take a service in an area that I knew he was a specialist in community relations. And that endeared us. We both were attracted to each other at the same time, I think.
Excuse me. You had, we're talking about people being creative, and you had said something earlier about them being pioneers or adventurers, or something about the type of person who came here. What type of people did you see here?
I was impressed by the fact, number one, that to just take people from this area would have robbed the other hospitals. As it was, one of the goals was to bring in people because there were shortages of many of the professional folks. So there were people coming from all over the United States and from all over the world, really. There were folks who had served in mission field service, a number of those. There were people who were excited about a new challenge. They had been in their own place for a long time, and here was a chance to start something from scratch. And I think that first year especially, we were all turned on by the excitement of starting something that didn't exist before. So that's pioneering in a very real way, you know. I think the enjoyment and the challenge of that, and being able to look backward then and saying, look what we tried to create, and look what we did create.
How would you describe the mission of the hospital, the combined mission of the hospital and the church?
The mission, I think the mission of the hospital was implicit in just being an institution. The church had been carrying on work all over the world in various types of institutions, educational, medical, and so our mission was sort of implicit with just being a hospital, looking after people. It wasn't a sense of money making. It was a sense of doing service. And I think the people who came didn't come because salaries were high. As a matter of fact, salaries even of administrators were extremely low. They were at denominational wage scales, except for probably nursing and folks and professional folks, where the wage scale was pretty much set at the community level. But it was a number of years before there were any changes in any number of folks, administrative and otherwise, beyond that of just the church's standard of finance.
see now, Mark. How do we get from there to where we want to go?
I'm impressed with the fact that mission has to do first and foremost with people. It's a relational thing. Now, in order to do that, you've got to have a balanced budget. You can't run in the red and hope to continue. You know, that's implicit in it. But that wasn't the thing that started our concerns about, and it isn't the thing that's the foremost in it now. I think the foremost is doing a good job in serving people, and to do that would, of course, bring a good bottom line if we're careful managers. Certainly the distinctive concerns of the Adventist Church in developing educational systems for health education, the obvious results of people who have lived a lifestyle that Adventists live. From some of the studies in California, for example, showed a 6 to 7 year longer age was a significant kind of picture, and we had a kind of a sense that we were here to try to help people understand that lifestyle is important to happy, fulfilled living. And that certainly is an Adventist concept. It's not only Adventist, a lot of other people have it too, but I think it's part of Kettering Medical Center. Let me talk in mission about our sense of community. I think an average Adventist community would be ghetto-lived. That is, you know, in many of the centers where Adventists are, they live all around the place. That didn't happen here, for which we're very thankful. And it made us rub shoulders with people all over the community and made us aware of what was going on in the community. I can remember that the first opportunity I had to serve on the community was on a board that one of the judges belonged to, and when he knew that we had come here, why, he wanted us to get in on that board, a community agency where we could add our insights to what they were attempting to do, and it made us a part of the community. I think many people did that even from the beginning and made us aware that community was also a part of mission. You have to know that the Ketterings were greatly influential in all aspects of this. They knew about Adventist work all over the world. They wanted to see those values carried on. They also were very community-oriented and would have been disappointed if we hadn't fulfilled our role in being a part of the community, helping the community, fulfilling our mutual plan of commitment to making this a better place in which to live.
Can you relate also the Kettering's interest or Charles Kettering's interest in technology with some of the things we like, the CAT scan and the MR and the things that we have put in here?
Early in our days, we were made very aware of the uniqueness of Charles F. Kettering. He was a unique man, his whole thought patterns. And I have to throw in here that I knew him when I was going to high school by listening to the radio. On Sunday night, he had a special program for an hour. And I don't know how I first happened to listen, but I was hooked from the first one. And I would plan every Sunday night to listen to this man who told story after stories of his own philosophy of life. So when I came here, I was aware that here was a great inventive genius who had helped to mold this area, along with many of the other inventive geniuses that lived here. And so one expected a hospital in his name to be forward-looking, to be innovative, to be technologically at the top, because that's who he was. So that part of our mission is to reflect that Kettering mentality of excellence, of high-tech, of really making quality our first concern. And when you look at what we have physically here, it seems to me that it speaks to that. It says that when you look at the brick and the mortar and the beauty that's around us. It says something about who we are.
Right, how can today's employees hold on or maintain that, boy, I've got a problem here. That feeling, that
Let's stop you just for a second.
okay.
You said
New people don't know who Charles
Yeah,
F. was.
yeah. Boy, his programs were powerful, though, because his ideas were powerful.
I remember reading, and I was happy to get that little book because I remember reading in the Saturday Evening Post. Get off, you're all 25 young men.
Yes,
anytime
yes,
you're ready.
yes.
Okay, we'll go back to becoming personally involved and how we can maybe personally involve new employees, if you think there's a way.
Let me just think a minute. Okay.
Okay, I'll have you look at Jan and just in about 5 seconds
Okay.
start talking.
I've often wondered how people today could catch some of the fire and inspiration and enthusiasm of those first years. And I don't, you can't capture the same thing, but what you can do is to become deeply aware of what a unique place Kettering is. You know, this is unique, and it's unique because of great people who conceived it, great people who helped it to come into operation. We had some in Mr. Nelson and some of those administrative people in those days, as today, some people who seemed to be made for those moments. Mr. Nelson used to give us some ideas at the beginning of a year. This is going to be the year of, and he'd give us exciting challenges, just a word that kept our imaginations and our visions clear. How can you keep that alive today? I guess you have to love the place. After 24 years, I have to admit that so much of me is here, that I have the same concerns, you know, for Kettering, even at almost the concerns that would be if I was going to be here forever, and I know I'm not. So part of it is becoming so aware that the people who are here are very special people. And I've always felt that we had, because of maybe the nature of the institution, there were people who were drawn here because they sensed something that fit their own values, that fit their own person, you know. And that certainly wouldn't be everybody, but I would challenge people who come here to look for that greatness in people who see the job as being bigger than the money that they get. You know, because the money they get is important, but it's not the most important thing if you want to really be fulfilled. And we've had enjoyment in our work here because of the people, the visionary people, the people who have the same interests and concerns about Kettering that we had as founders. I've seen that stay alive in the persons of some of our strong leadership who weren't here at the beginning, but who have some of the same visions and dreams and hopes for it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't ready.
I thought the red light was on, because that red light's always on.
Perfect sentence. Okay, anytime.
I've often wondered how people today who come here to work could have the same vision and excitement that we had who were here originally. I'm not sure it's possible to have the same one, but they ought to have excitement about it, and I think they can. It seems to me our excitement was building something new and fresh, but it grew into something that was the enthusiasm of trying to make each year a better year. Mr. Nelson's vision of having this the great year, for example. He used key words that just kind of gave us a focus. And today, there are lots of visions that we have about our needs for the future and the present. I think of the challenges that we have in in our age right now with all of the changes taking place in medicine, to see this place as an exciting place to work because of people who working together for the same goal, the same end. And the fact that there have been folks drawn to Kettering to work here, not just because they needed a job, because there are other hospitals in the area where people need hire people for health work, but people came because there was something that fit their own values, their own dreams, their own hopes. That needs to be kept alive. How do you do all of that has got to be experienced by folks who say, hey, this is a different place. I can remember a couple of nurses talking one time. We were having some workshops of some kind. And they, before the rest of the group got there, they sat together and they were talking about how Kettering was a different place. And one of them said, I'm a different nurse when I'm here. And the other one said, oh, I don't think I am. Then she paused a moment. She said, you know, come to think of it, I think I am a different nurse here. She said, and that's because there's a vision that's held before us. And that challenge helps me to be a better nurse. Well, that's there for all of us. We have an institution that excels in many, many areas. And I don't think excels mean we've got to be better than the other guy, but we ought to be among those who do a thorough job of caring, of using skills to the best of our knowledge, and of really living the kind of values of this place. Wow, that's it.
Okay, if you can give me your name.
Edna Bekowies.
Telephone number.
293-8491.
And you work at Hinsdale, or you went to school at Hinsdale?
Pardon?
You went to school at Hinsdale.
Yeah, right.
Anytime you're ready to.
Okay. The only thing I would ask for the interview is that if we're not going to, when we put the program together, we won't be including the questions. You know, I won't be, nobody feels good. First, if you could tell me about how it was that you were at Hinsdale in the first place.
I went there in 48 to take nurses training. At that time it was a 3-year diploma program. After I had taken what they called pre-nursing at Andrews for a couple of years.
Can you tell me a little bit about what it was like being a student nurse there during the polio epidemic?
The polio epidemic, it seemed to affect a lot of the children in the community right there in Hinsdale. So because we had a good physical therapy department there at Hinsdale, a lot of the patients were brought there. And I remember they took one whole floor, the second floor, and made it into a polio unit. This was after the kids came out of isolation. At first they had to be in isolation for a while. After they came out of isolation, then they needed the treatments, the hot packs, and the physical therapy and all that. And they took one whole floor and made it into a polio unit. And we as students were really busy then. We gave the treatments. We helped take patients up and down to physical therapy, and there was just a lot to do for these patients. Many of them were almost helpless, couldn't do much for themselves. Some of them were on respirators. We had one that was in an iron lung, so it was a lot of work, but a good experience.
It must have been hard getting thrown into that all at once.
Yes.
Was there a particular reason that you decided to go to Hinsdale for training?
It was probably the closest place to home. I lived in Michigan, and that was the closest Adventist nursing school at that time.
What was the inner, being that you were a student, but then there was all this work to do? What were the? Do you think you had a lot more responsibility than you might have had otherwise, if there hadn't been a polio epidemic?
Oh, probably so. Especially in our senior year, we did what we called special duty or private duty of a patient we had in an iron lung who stayed for, I don't know how long, but she was there, I think, almost our whole senior year. So my classmates and I took turns, a shift at a time, taking care of her. And that's all we did that whole shift, was just take care of her, because it was feeding and bathing her, whatever needed to be done for her, we had to do, because she was completely helpless. And that gave us a lot of responsibility.
Was there something unique? I understand that people were even brought to Hinsdale from the city, from Chicago.
Yes, right.
What was there unique about Hinsdale that they would bring people out there?
I think it was our physical therapy department. We had some good therapists. Nurses worked down there too at that time. There was one doctor in particular that was really interested in physical therapy and rehab, and he brought his patients there to Hinsdale so they could benefit from our physical therapy department. I think that's probably why.
You were at Hinsdale, and then now you're here. In between, have you been in any hospitals that were not Adventist hospitals?
No. All the hospitals I worked in have been Adventist hospitals.
What would you say is the difference between Adventist hospitals, besides the fact that they're Adventist, and other hospitals that might, it's like, I guess, GM and some other places, when they go places, they all send their people to Adventist hospitals. Why do you suppose that is, that people would see a difference?
Well, we hope that the difference they see is that the people that give the care have an attitude of caring and really are interested in them as people and wanting to help them. I think that's probably one of the things that influenced the Kettering family to start this hospital here, because of what they saw during the polio epidemic at Hinsdale. And also, I remember them saying that when they traveled, because they did travel a lot, different countries, they knew they could always get good care if they went to, if they got sick and had to go to a hospital, that they would look for an Adventist hospital in whatever country they were in. So I think that was a positive influence.
Did you, while you were at Hinsdale, did you have any contact with the Ketterings?
Well, not before the polio epidemic. It seems like it was the polio epidemic that is where the Kettering family, or especially Mrs. Kettering, got involved. I think it's because so many of the children in the community, got polio, and so they offered their services, whatever they could do to help. She used to come to the hospital quite often, and then I also remember they used to invite students. Well, we didn't have a large school of nursing, so it wasn't like several hundred students, but they would invite the students over, like on a Saturday night, for games and refreshments and that kind of thing. And I remember several times going over to their house for that.
John, hand your glass case to.
Oh, we'll give it back. So I guess you were around the Ketterings for at least a little bit of time with them having students over and all that.
And I think then they got interested in, what they could do for the hospital. So they helped to build or kind of renovate one little section of the hospital for a pediatric unit. It wasn't a big unit. I can't remember, maybe it had 5 or 6 beds. Before that, we didn't have any type of pediatric area. And then when the hospital decided to rebuild, I guess they helped a lot with the rebuilding of the new hospital there at Kettering.
What is it that, and again, when you answer the question, answer it to John, what is it that you remember? You were Adventist when you started at Hinsdale. What is it that struck you about how the nurses did their job at Hinsdale that you'd like to pass on to people that work here with the patients and or people that don't work with the patients? What is it? How would you describe that, whatever it is that make these hospitals different? Tell John how you would.
I think maybe it's the caring attitude of really caring about your patients, what happens to them, what affects them. That it's not just a job, where you come and do your 8 hours and go home again. It's caring, how you care for the patients, what you do for them. I don't know what else. That seems to be. And patients, I think, can tell if you are really interested in them as an individual, as a person.
I was wondering too, since you've been involved with Adventist hospitals all along, what it is that has kept you involved with Adventist hospitals as opposed to anything else. If anything.
Well, I think it's the idea of the Adventists, the church has a mission, and one way of fulfilling the mission is through their health work, through the hospitals. And I was always interested in nursing, and I guess that's the way I felt I could help fulfill the mission, is by working in Adventist hospitals where they have the particular philosophy that Adventists have, and help fulfill the mission that way.
What thing, was there anything that you saw by a particular employee at Hinsdale while you were a student nurse that really stuck with you? Any little story that you could tell us about about anybody that you might remember?
Well, the instructors we had were the nursing supervisors in the hospital. Their influence and their role modeling probably had an influence on me.
In what way?
the way they cared for patients, because they did patient care too at that time. The things they taught us.
What then?
I don't know if I can remember anything specific. I think it was just their role modeling. They seemed to be very dedicated and committed to what they were doing. And I think that had an influence on us as students.
If you had to, if somebody asked you, just you have to be talking to somebody and said, "Oh, you were at Hinsdale," what would you say was your overall? If you had to give an overall description of what Hinsdale was like while you were there, maybe not the hospital necessarily, but the people and the atmosphere, how would you describe it overall?
Well, Hinsdale, when I first went there, was I think maybe 100 beds. I don't remember for sure. But it seemed like we were all one big family. Everybody knew everybody, and it was more like a family atmosphere. Everybody kind of working together, and you knew everybody. I don't know, that seemed to be the main thing that I can remember right now.
It must be a nice experience, especially when you're just starting out, to have that, instead of feeling like you're lost in this.
Yeah, not like here where you hardly know anybody anymore when you go in the cafeteria.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
What would you suggest to change that?
Changing that?
Yeah. How would you change that here at Kettering Medical Center?
Oh, I don't know if you can with so many people. We have we're 3,000 employees or something like that. And I don't know how you can have a family atmosphere with that many people.
Okay. Any other questions you have?
I'd like to do that when you start out. Is there anything that you would, what is it that you're teaching now?
I coordinate the skills lab, where the students come to do all their practicing of the procedures that they learn before they can go up on the units to take care of patients. They have to practice those and get them all checked off, and I coordinate that.
Okay. Is there anything, particularly since when you started in nursing, it was in a real crisis situation, and it was in an Adventist hospital. Is there anything that you kind of hope that the teaching here, or just the experience that nurses have, or anybody involved with patient care has here, that you would hope gets passed on from the experience that you've had?
Well, we learned what I'm teaching now. Back then it was called nursing arts. And like some of us have been discussing recently, it seems like nursing has lost the art of nursing. They're concentrating on the science, the theory, and they've kind of lost the art. If there was some way we could get back to really teaching students the art of nursing, which is, the hands-on, how to make patients comfortable, how to position them, how to, just little things that will help to make a patient comfortable without a lot of medication and shots and injections and all that kind of stuff.
How important do you feel like, what do you feel like the importance is of that sort of art of nursing?
Well, personally, I think it's very important, because if you can go into a patient's room and just by little things you do and observe and say and teach them, I think you can make them feel much better. You can make them comfortable. You can help them to understand more maybe what's going on and so on.
Okay, I'm going to ask you that one more time.
Yeah.
Because that was I like
That was a perfect.
that was a nice answer, and we got the sound of the door opening. So could you tell me again how important, why it is you feel that's important, the art of nursing and nursing care?
Well, I think it's important because if you can go into the patient's room and just by observing things, listening to them, there's little things you can do, little things you can say to help them, make them more comfortable. That's what I call the art of nursing. Just by helping them to turn a certain way, getting them in the right position in the bed, the use of pillows, all types of things like that. And even in when you're doing procedures for them, there's little ways you can do it that to lessen the discomfort and so on. I think that's what the art of nursing is, and I think it's important.
Okay. The man you are now looking at is Emer Leno, Elmer Leno. I'll learn to talk soon. I, however, am not Elmer Leno. I am Johnadkins, and they hired me to work here at Kettering Medical Center in the communications department as a media production specialist because I'm a professional. I'm such a professional, in fact, that I kind of left his microphone off. So I have to lip sync the whole interview. No, just kidding. I don't have to, just the first part here where the video is a bit jittery and there's no sound. So this is what you have to do. You have to sit here and listen to me as Elmer talks. You'll notice he's getting relaxed here, starting to laugh a little bit. That's from the witty give and take we were having, he and I and Jan Good and his wife, because we're such fun to be with people that, you know, people who come for interviews can't help but laugh. But anyway, he's also probably secretly inside laughing because he knows the microphone isn't on either, except I don't, because I'm just the cameraman. He looks down, what's he doing on the floor? He's fixing the microphone. That's what he's looking down for, is because I'm turning it on. Now it works.
For me to speak.
Oh, sure.
So no.
But also anything that you
If it hadn't been the name, I wouldn't have said
yeah,
anything.
because we'll save other things for when you're
Okay.
for interviewing you.
Yeah, don't tell us your good stories now. So then it was.
Back
Yeah,
up.
let's go ahead. You ready?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. You were in Nebraska.
We came from Elm Creek, Nebraska. We had our own business there for 10 years. Electronic sales and service and electrical contracting, when Gordon Zitkowski came over and recruited us.
And what did he say he wanted you to do? Did he have a place in mind for you?
I came over primarily for the electronic work, and Goldie came over as a secretary. We had just seen a short notice that there was a hospital being built here. We knew nothing about Kettering at the time he came over.
Had you worked in a hospital at all before?
No, we had been in and out of hospitals. I mean, working around them, as I operated ambulance service, but had no intentions of ever working in a hospital before Gordon contacted us and told us about Kettering, the philosophy and their way of operating here, and it sounded very good.
It must have taken quite a lot of courage to pack up and leave a business and come here.
When our banker heard that we were selling our business to go to work for a hospital, he called me in his office and he gave me an hour's lecture of the mistake that I was making, because he knew what we started with 10 years before and where we were at the point when he called me in the office. But we had always said that if anything came up within the denomination that we would fit into, that we would go ahead and take it. And Kettering sounded very interesting to us
after it was explained what they had here.
And what did you find when you got here then?
We found a mess because we came before the hospital opened. We came in February before the March opening. And in fact, we really didn't have a workshop or anything to work out of. We had to makeshift and use boxes for benches and things like that.
So, well, what about the people you worked with? Did you meet any people you knew, or did you just make friends rapidly? Or
We didn't know a soul when we came over here. It was strictly making new acquaintances, and it came easy. We had a good working team. I was primarily in plant engineers at the time, and we had a very good working crew. Good relationship.
these are a lot of the stories we're getting. That there was a feeling of
We have not regretted the fact that we did come here. Financially, we took a loss when we came, but it has rewarded itself for it.
that's kind of answers the question is why did you stay?
Pardon?
That was my next question was why did you stay? I think you've answered that. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we were happy with what we saw in Kettering and the way it operated.
If you wanted to say something to some of the younger people here that do not know the background, what could you tell them about maintaining that spirit you felt?
Pause. You're off now, aren't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
You're saying what can I...
Yeah, what would you like to tell the young people coming in that do not remember how
Oh,
Kettering started? Because there was a feeling, there was a feeling of oneness, I think, from what I've gathered. Everybody working together for a single goal. And as things have grown, they have the feeling that maybe it's not that way anymore. And
when Kettering came into its own and started operating, it was very definite that it was under the leadership of George Nelson, who had a very definite route that he was going, precise, but he was also a very caring person. And that was permeated throughout the entire hospital. I mean, the employees felt that, and everybody was working together, and we had a very enjoyable time while we worked, and I've never regretted.
do you have any questions, John?
Yeah, if you could tell Jan.
Tell me, yeah.
What was you heard about the hospital and just dropped the business and came here. What was appealing about coming here?
You want to answer that?
You go ahead, we'll ask her too.
The field that was open, which was my field at the time, electronics, was a very challenging field. It was scary, but it was a very challenging field to come into, and it required a lot of night calls. But I felt comfortable in it.
What type of equipment were you working with in that electronics equipment in those days?
Equipment at that time was almost zilch. We had a scope and a few things, and we had to build up. The department had to be started from ground on up. Even though I had my own shop before, I knew what I needed and all that, but now coming into it, this was not only TV work, this was including a lot of medical work, and had to have different equipment. I also at that point started audiovisual, and the first closed circuit TV came in. I was covering that as well as the repair work.
Was this one of the first hospitals to have a closed circuit TV?
Pretty much so. It was because closed-circuit TV was just coming in at that point, and we were the first ones that I know of that jumped on the bandwagon and started using it for training purposes and other reasons.
That must have been exciting.
It was.
I talked to somebody several years ago, a man I knew who had heart problems, who was here.
No, that was Beckman equipment that we had in surgery at the time. Unless he worked through Beckman.
He may have. I just talked to him briefly, and he was telling me there should have been a picture. I never found it.
We had a patient come in here who was a ham operator, and we had to go ahead and set up his equipment in his room because he was a long stay patient and he wanted his equipment. We did set that up in his room for him. He did have problems interfering with some of our equipment, and filters had to be put in and everything had to be cleared up before we could let him operate.
What would you say is the Ketterings chose the Adventists to run, they're going to build a hospital and they wanted the Adventists to run it. What do you think sets Adventist hospitals apart from everybody else?
The fact that Mrs. Kettering was up at Hinsdale at the time of the polio epidemic, she saw how the nurses and everybody else was dedicated to care for the patients. And this is what they really liked in the Adventist operation. And that's the reason that they asked their friends, the Ketterings, or the Adventists, to come in and operate this hospital for them. I don't know if that gives you...
Oh, yes.
I think the spirit that was created because of the fact that there were a few people here and working so closely, I think it has spread as the institution grew. The spirit was retained, however, duties became heavier, and some sight might have been lost that is very much needed in a place like Kettering, to retain that spirit of unity and spirit of caring. That answer it?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what they want to do with this video. They want to show all you people to remember,
Pardon?
They want to try to do that with this little video program to show the new people what brought people here to begin with and why.
I was doing orientations for nurses for X number of years every other Tuesday to orientate them into the Kettering way of operation and the equipment that was electronic equipment at the time.
I believe that takes care of it.
Okay.
And this is Mrs. Goldie Leno, Elmer Leno's wife.
Frightened or apprehensive at all about the move?
Yes, I think frightened says it pretty well. Like my husband said, we were well established and we're enjoying what we were doing. I was, along with taking care of the bookwork at the store and so forth, I worked for the Board of Education there in town and the school superintendent, and which I enjoyed very much. And I guess I'd have to say I really didn't want to go, but if that's what Elmer wanted to do, and like he stated, we had always decided that if an opening like this came, we would want to do it. And then, of course, that was the decision. And it was hard to, we had just restored an old home. It was hard to leave it and our friends and our business.
Did you have trouble finding a home when you got here?
We were fortunate. I had a sister living here who had lived here for any number of years, and they rented a small home for us. And we lived in it, but of course it took us quite a bit of time to find a home that we wanted to buy, or that we could afford to buy that we wanted, maybe I should say that. But I wanted to restore a home again, but my husband wasn't interested in that.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, right.
When Elmer came into he had his job waiting. Did you have a certain job waiting, or did you just come in and go into a pool? How did you?
No, I had decided, or I guess both of us had decided, that I was going to stay home. We had our son was, I believe, in the 6th grade, and moving from a smaller town into a city, and I was going to just stay home and be a housewife and mother. I had no intentions of working when I came here.
And then how did they con you into working?
Well, we were here about a week or so, I guess, when they called and asked if I could come in and help out until they found a full-time secretary for this department. And I hesitated, and they said, well, it'd probably be just a few weeks. And the few weeks turned into 21 years.
How many departments did you work in?
I started in the purchasing department, and the place was entirely foreign to me. I had no knowledge of hospital work of any kind. I didn't know the names of the hospital instruments or the materials they used, in surgery or on the floors or wherever. And so it was very new to me, but I had to learn fast. And I started working there with the intentions of not staying there. And so I guess I perhaps didn't appreciate it as much as I would if it had been something that I really knew things about. It was a very busy, busy place. Like, the telephone was always ringing, and they were stocking the departments. And then I did learn to like it after I knew a little bit more about the names of the materials that were asked for and so forth. We had a lot of fun trying to do 101 things at a time.
You must have, trying to get the whole hospital stocked.
Right. Mm-hmm. And being not being knowledgeable in that area, I just didn't have that.
How long were you in purchasing?
I worked in purchasing for 3 years, and I asked for a transfer into the pastoral services department because that was more along my field. Before we went into our own business, I worked for our denomination in their home office, and so I was more knowledgeable there and more comfortable, and I asked to be transferred, and then I stayed there for 17 years.
I say that seemed to have been a nice move, because when did you decide that maybe you were going to stay here? I mean, was there a point at which, or did you make the decision when you came, or?
I don't believe I quite understood.
I mean, you come to a new environment,
Mm-hmm.
and when did you finally begin to feel at home, this is where I want to stay, rather than maybe I'll go back or do something else?
When we came, of course, the family was much smaller, which is understandable, but everyone was so friendly that really it didn't take us long at all to make friends. And of course, if you have children, you get acquainted fast with the school and so forth. I don't think that that was a difficult time for us. We felt very much at home, and like I said, the family atmosphere was very prevalent at the time, and you just got acquainted real fast. And of course, working in a department where I did, where just about every nurse in the hospital and department heads called, and talked to them, and so it didn't take long to get acquainted.
That was one way to get you to come with us.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Okay. Tell me the story about, you were telling me the telephone story.
Oh, like I said before, the telephone was ringing all the time, it seemed like. And of course, when I answered by saying, "Purchasing Mrs. Leno." And I said that, I suppose 60, 70 times a day. And when I went down to lunch at noon, I set my food down and was going to say thank you for it. And I said, "Purchasing Mrs. Leno." And of course, it didn't take long. The story kind of spread. So after I got back to my office, the PR man came in and he had heard it and he laughed about it. And he looked at me and he said, "That's okay, Goldie. Just don't answer the telephone by saying, 'Our Father in Heaven.'"
I'd like to ask one thing. It's natural when you're thinking about something to look up.
I do that, I know it.
When you
I
look
catch
up, this reflects in your glasses, so if you can...
I'm sorry. I've caught myself doing that several times. I'm
We
sorry.
all do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me about how the furniture came to leave before you did.
Well, see, the hospital had a truck, and of course whenever they had an opportunity to come to a certain part of the country to pick up a lot of people, because a lot of the employees at that time, or most of them, were moved in from all over the United States. And they just called us one morning and said, "We're in Omaha, Nebraska, and we'll be at your place in a couple hours, and we're going to pick up your furniture." So that's what happened. Fortunately, we had sold our home and our things were packed, and it didn't take too long to load them. But we moved into a smaller house then, a much smaller house with very little furniture, and we lived in it for a number of weeks. And then they rented that place, and the last couple of weeks we lived in an apartment. Had nothing in it but a bed, folding bed, and I think our son slept on the floor, and we sort of camped, but we managed. It just happened. I mean, you can do a lot of things if you have to, but things were hurried up.
The furniture came before you did?
Yes, Yeah. Luckily, we had a home here, rented, and they moved it in.
Let's see. You told us a lot about what made it different and why you stayed. I remember reading some of George Nelson's writing where he said, or somebody said that they had a meeting every Tuesday of all employees, and that anybody who had been here since Tuesday was the only newcomers anybody who'd been here since Tuesday was an old timer. Do you remember any of those meetings?
I think the only meetings I recall were the staff meetings. It was Monday mornings, but it didn't make any difference, that part. I didn't, like when I worked in purchasing, I didn't go to staff meeting. After I went in the pastoral service department, because they were in charge of those meetings, I attended. So I really don't know much about the first meetings at all.
I might ask you a similar question about the Adventist difference in terms of the hospitals. Maybe a little more general than what I asked before. As someone, I understand the Ketterings also had noticed that, when they were overseas or something, if you needed to go to a hospital, that you could count on an Adventist hospital to be a good place to go. What about this hospital being Adventist, do you think, enables it to be different from other hospitals?
I don't know, do you want me to tell you about being a patient at another hospital and a patient at an Adventist hospital? Will that make any sense?
Do you have a comparison?
tell Jane about it.
Well, I was a patient in other hospitals, and I was a patient here at Kettering. I can't complain about either one. I do feel that nurses were much more dedicated here at Kettering. They weren't as anxious to get off the floor or to leave a patient when the patient needed help as they were, especially during the war, in other hospitals, and that might have been a reason why they did that. I just found them more caring. I think in an Adventist hospital, and it doesn't make any difference who the people are, but when they're oriented to care, that the patient comes first. Of course, that's just the natural thing for a nurse to do, but I think they're trained. Their training here is probably better. I'm just speaking my feelings in training the personnel than in many of the other places.
What would you like to tell somebody new coming in to keep that Adventist spirit and that caring spirit?
I don't know if I'd say an Adventist spirit. I suppose it's probably done by the Adventists, but I couldn't say that an Adventist nurse is different than the other. I think, or employees, I think the spirit in Kettering, regardless of denomination, is a caring family in any area wherever you might go. And of course, having worked in pastoral services, that, is the caring department. And I think that they have done or are doing an excellent job in taking care of the needs of people other than their particular illness that they come for, or in helping the employees as well in maintaining a caring spirit, a loving spirit. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask, when you transferred into the career that enabled you to stay for 17 years and enjoy what you were doing?
I think that I suppose I've worked all my life for others, it seems like, even in the church, and working for youth and whoever it might be. I just learned to love people. And I think that, boy, I'm getting lost now, I'm sorry. Let me start over. Can you take it out?
Sure.
Okay. There's so much hurt in this world, and many people who are hurt. And I just learned to love people, and I learned to appreciate the unlovable, and that there's good in everyone if we just take time to see it. And I think having worked there and learning that for myself meant a lot to me. And I also, just being able to help someone, I guess, in that particular way. You can help someone by typing a letter for them or by running errands or whatever it might be. But learning to love people and to want to help them is what I see in me as helpful.
Be a good reason to stay in a good place for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy.
We're happy.
My name is Ernest Neufeld.
And your phone at home, in case for some reason we would have to.
293-2652.
Okay. Well, first I'll ask you, since we'll start at the beginning, what is it that brought you to Kettering?
Challenge, the ability to take a big step up, which I did not see where I was. I had reached a plateau where I was an assistant chief technician in the radiology department at Glendale Adventist Hospital. And the chief that was there still had a lot of time left, so there wasn't really any opportunity to move. And when Mr. Nelson was called here to Kettering, he was looking for people to come and work, so I offered to come and help get Kettering started at that time. That was in 1961.
Did you feel like that was a risk, leaving a job to a new place and not knowing how things are going to go?
I suppose there's always that feeling of a sense of risk, but with what I had heard and knowing Mr. Nelson as I did, I didn't feel the risk was all that great. And I was right.
When you came, I understood, I can't remember who it was I was talking to before. Coming into the place even before it was open, I assume.
Yes.
That must have made training a little bit unusual, or at least acclimating yourself.
How do you mean?
Because there was no one here to say this is how we do things. Because
well, that was one of the challenges that brought me. An opportunity to do something which you have an opportunity to do probably once in a lifetime if you're lucky, and that's to start from zero and build up something that's functional and going. And I remember in early 1962, I received in the mail a mailing tube from Mr. Nelson. I opened it, and inside was a large piece of paper, almost blank. It had one rectangle and a note that said, "This is your department, what do you want to put in it?" And that's the kind of opportunity that you don't get very many opportunities to work at. So it was a real challenge. So I started working on the project in early 1962 already.
How would you describe the spirit of things here? In the first year or two, things were just kind of starting out.
Tremendous. I mean, the unity, the commitment was very high. Even before the hospital opened back in 63, we all just filled in and helped each other. We were of course at that time we were unpacking boxes, we were doing different kinds of things like this. And if another department needed help, well, we'd just go over and help them. And if we needed help, well, they'd come over and help us. And that sense of just sharing and doing for everybody else was very high at that time.
Did you, as time, even then, or even as time progressed in later years, see how do I put it? I guess what was you've been here
24 years.
What about the place has made you decide to stay?
Well, that's kind of difficult too to answer in a way. There have always been challenges for me here. I was chief x-ray technician for about 6.5 years. And then the administrator asked me to fill another position, which I did, which led to another position, which has consequently led to another position. So my time has been here at Kettering has been not just one position and fill it. It's been several challenges. We started the x-ray department, started the community health education department, and then have gone on to the human resources development department where we are now. So there's always been that little reaching sense of challenge, and I think that's what's kept me interested, challenged, and want to stay.
There'd be something, if you, looking at the way things were when the hospital was just starting overall, and maybe looking at the way things are today for people who've just, well, for one thing, we're probably going to use this is going to be used for orientation. People who haven't been here at all. Would there be anything in terms of the people that you would hope to see transplanted from the way things were in the beginning to now?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Okay. When you're starting, you mentioned, it's sort of a pioneer spirit, everybody's pitching in. But would there be things that you would hope to see people still picking up on today?
Well, I think the sense of commitment has to be there. The whole complexion of hospital care, of health care, has changed so tremendously since 1964 that young people entering the field today still need commitment. I'm not sure what else they need. They need the skills, yes. The skills have to be there. The commitment needs to be there. I suppose we'd have to say there has to be a great sense of determination, too. I'm not sure what else I could say.
Okay.
Along the same lines.
That's a big order. I think healthcare takes a special type of person, number one. It takes a person that has a sense of service that's built in. It's part of the individual when they start. And probably early health care was maybe more oriented that way, but it still has to be there. It's true that a lot of, in the early days, a health worker, their salaries were very minimal. The nurses had to carry in the coal and wash the lamps and do all of those kinds of things which really weren't health related, and yet it was part of their job description. We've come a long way since then. We're now in the high-tech society. And so an individual that is looking to, quotes, that high-tech work can find probably sufficient outlet in the healthcare field to keep him challenged. Well, one, for instance, is the care of all of the monitoring equipment and the radiology equipment. I remember when I was the chief X-ray technician, X-ray technology was still of a nature that the chief tech or one of the techs at least could probably take care of 60% of the little problems that cropped up in the machinery. That's no longer true. It takes an individual with an oscilloscope and this and that and the other thing in order to come up even with a diagnosis of what's wrong. So, yeah, the challenges are there, even for an individual that wants all the high-tech stuff. Now, you see, that's one of the questions. You can delete this one out of the script. That's one of the questions that you don't answer off the top of your head. The KMC and the other hospitals that are in the Adventist health system pretty much all function from the same, well, they do function from the same basic philosophy. And we often toss around the term Judeo-Christian philosophy. I guess it's interesting because it's only in that Judeo-Christian arena that you find a strong hospital system. You go into the Asian world and in some of the other areas of the world, yes, they have hospitals, but they're the type of care, the interrelation with the patient is entirely different. Adventist hospitals try to emulate the kind of care that Jesus would have given were he giving care in a hospital. At least that we feel that we're approaching that, at least trying to approach it. There's no way that we could give that kind of care entirely. But we can certainly do our best to put in the kindness, the love, the concern for the person that goes with the Judeo-Christian ethic. And that's where Adventist hospitals are, whether they're in the United States, whether they're in the middle of Africa, wherever they are.
Was the beginning when something happens that sort of helps keep things going, at least for yourself?
Well, there were so many little incidents that happened. It would be very difficult to isolate one that might be representative of some of the things that happened. It was that togetherness, the feeling of unity, the feeling of, if you want to think of it in those terms, the feeling of mission that we had then. It took a long time for us to develop a written mission, as it were, but it's always been there. But it took a while to put it on paper. But I think the people that were here in those early days felt it probably more than some who came later. Those of us that were here right in the beginning and were there when the first patient walked through the door felt it very keenly. We knew that, here was a building which really hadn't been tried. It was a new building. It's like going on a shakedown cruise with a big ocean liner or something. So there were just ever so many. I can't really isolate one incident that stands out in my mind, at least.
Understandable.
Nice things that happened was the first Christmas at Kettering. There were only probably 150, maybe not quite that many here yet. And the Ketterings had us all up to the house. And we got to meet them. That was probably one of the first times that we met them officially. We'd seen them come walking around the building and so on, but probably the first time we had actually met them officially was at that Christmas party, which they so graciously provided for us that year up in the mansion on the hill. And they had an organist there, and it was very, very lovely. Sort of started a tradition.
No. 300 years from now, who this is, if you could tell me your name.
Okay.
Spelling.
Erwin Bishop. It's spelled E-R-W-I-N. And the last name is B-I-S-H-O-P.
You want a phone number?
Yeah, okay. Good.
866-7978.
Okay. Well,
Be a little careful with that one, with the number.
It won't go out.
Yeah. Most people have it, but sometimes I like to be a little careful. We get an awful lot of mailing telephone advertisements, and I hate it.
yes. Okay, Jan.
Okay, we want to know first, when did you first hear of the hospital, and what brought you here, and where you came from?
Okay, at the time that I heard about it, it became aware of to me through the Review and Herald. And I looked at it, read some of the articles, and says, "No, that's interesting." And beyond that, I really didn't give too much consideration to it. At the time, I was in school at Walla Walla College. And the man that was to take over the engineering department was from Pendleton. And I had been down on several occasions and visited him, going through plants there to further my education in the mechanical fields, the hands-on type experience. Several people that I knew that were from this area had wished that they could get in, that they had a lot more experience than I had. Quite honestly, I don't quite know why they decided to pick on me, except that I was in college at the time.
Did you get a call or an invitation, or did you make a?
No, they came to me looking. They gave me 3 days to give them a yes or a no. 3 days, we made up our mind. They contacted me on a Friday. On a Sunday, we made up our mind. Wednesday, we were on the road.
Who contacted you?
A fellow by the name of William Wall. He was the first plant engineer here.
And what did you find when you got here?
What I found was cold walls, no floors down, no ceilings up, mechanical equipment in the raw, none of it had been started yet. And they were in dire need. I arrived the 6th of October of 1963. And they were in need of someone that could operate and get a little bit of heat into the building so they could start getting the plaster on the walls dried so they could get the building warmed up enough to start putting the floor down. And so that was my first task. They brought me my meals. Clinton Wall was here at the time. And between him and Ruth Wall, my boss's wife, they pretty well fixed me up with meals, and I would start the boilers about between 3 and 4 in the morning, depending on the weather, and I would stay here until 9, 10 o'clock at night. And so we did that up until, probably right around Thanksgiving time.
Were you married at the time?
Yes. My wife was expecting and was out on the West Coast.
What was it? If I ever ask you a question, I need to have your hand
Yeah.
up first.
Yeah.
But what was it that attracted you to make such a move that so quickly?
There was several things. At the time I was taking engineering, and I wanted to be a hands-on. And in the program that I was in was predominantly at the drawing board, book type situation, and I decided that wasn't quite what I wanted to do. And this opportunity came, and I said, well, this is, I'm working with the equipment. This is what I think I want to do. So I made the decision at that point to not finish my school and to came back here and accept the position.
How did you get along with the people here when you came? Were there quite a few people here already?
I was either the 42nd or 43rd employee, very small family at that time. I don't remember any situations where it wasn't, I was going to say a family mode. It was even more closer than a family mode. Very, very close-knit. There was no, well, this is not my job, this is your job type of thing. Whatever was asked of you, you did it. Those people that were here in the earlier areas, there was no such thing as watching a time clock. In fact, I think I had worked here probably 2 or 3 weeks before they even got the official paperwork filled out and finished. And at that time, the offices were downtown. I believe it was in the I'm going to say the Winters Tower, but I'm not even sure of that right now. I do know that it was offices downtown.
And what about Mr. Nelson? Did you work with Mr. Nelson then?
Mr. Nelson was around. I really didn't have too much contact with him. I did know that he had designed the bedside units in conjunction with Hill Rom. But as far as directly working with him, it wasn't until after the hospital was really open that I really had much contact with Mr. Nelson.
I assume that your Adventist background made this more attractive.
I guess I would say that it probably had somewhat to do with it. Being in a Seventh-day Adventist school at the time and knowing this was a Seventh-day Adventist institution, probably, and again it's been quite a while back, had some influence as far as making a decision and going at the time. I will say this, while I was in school, I was having to work my entire way through, and it was taking me a longer time than what I had anticipated. So I was working, paying my way, so I would go a quarter, stay out a quarter or 2 quarters, then back to school again, and this type of an arrangement to try and keep in. And someone along the line had got the idea that I had a lot of money and I was holding out on them. So that made it a little difficult too, but I was in school. I was working my entire way through. And I was getting a little tired of school.
What I was trying to get at was...
Maybe your tie has slipped. And see the skinny part of the tie. There you go.
Okay.
What I was trying to get at was that there is an Adventist health mission, but we wanted to know how much of a driving force that was also. Some of the...
I had made up my mind after my first year in school that I did want to be connected with the church. I felt like there was a real need there. Within the denomination, there is a high degree of expertise, but a lot of it at that particular time was being directed outside of the church. I saw a real need there, and as a result of that, I had made a commitment to that. Whether it was to be here, whether it was to be overseas, or what type, I had really never made that formal of a commitment, say, well, I want to do A or I want to do B. I had left it open, and this was what came out of that, I guess, would be what I would say.
Have you had experience with other hospitals, or had you?
No. This was essentially, other than miscellaneous jobs while I was going to school, this was my first job after school, and it has essentially been the one that I have had. I came here, then I left here and went back, finished up my final year to get my degree. Then I came back here. I was here until '74, at which time my parents were failing, and I went into the area where they were, again back at Walla Walla College, worked at the college for 4 years, and at that time things were much better, and they had a need here, so I turned around and I came back.
So there had to be a reason. What brought you back? Why did you stay?
As I had mentioned, Mr. Wall was the first engineer. He left, and another fellow by the name of Robert Heinz was here. And I had worked under him for quite a while, and he had made it possible for me to go back to school. And when I did, I went back to school, and then I came back here, worked for a while. And then when I left, as they were making the preparations for Sycamore and so forth, I had called him to see if he knew of any places that might be interested in someone, and he said, yeah, come here. So I said, well, it looks possible, and things went from there, and then I came back here.
You have a question now? Oh, that other question.
Okay. For
The main thrust, as I guess I would see it, of the Seventh-day Adventist is a very definite caring situation. In other words, I care about you as an individual, not how high you're in the caste society, if you want to look at it that way. By the same token, the Kettering family is very much oriented in the same direction. And if you go back into the history of what they have done in other areas, I think this is bore out quite well. As a result of that, this, how shall I say it here? I got to stop and think about it a little bit. The caring attitude, as initially was here, as I said earlier, was not based on, well, it's not my job or this. Whatever needed to be done was done. If you were capable of doing it, you did it. Ours was not any aspect of it. Whoever had the greatest need, there was in there. It wasn't even, well, I can do a better job of presenting this, I'll get it, and you won't, type of situation. It was everybody had the whole concept, the total picture in mind rather than their individual, shall I say, goals or pet peeves or however you want to place it in that form. So I see a very marked difference, very, very marked difference in the first few years that the hospital was open versus now in the attitude of the employee towards the institution. Yeah, we all say that we care, but it's in a totally different fashion than what was then. The wage salaries, I guess, and I can't speak positively, but my suspicions are, I guess, would be that they were much closer than they are at the present time. I might tell one story. As we were opening, we had working feverishly to get the hospital open for the March opening, and the housekeeper had made the comment to me. She says, well, I'd like to know who Mrs. Kettering is. And I says, well, right over there is Mrs. Kettering. She looked over there and she said, I didn't know that was her. And I said, well, that was her. And Mrs. Kettering was working with the housekeeping very closely in getting the final things polished up and things into place and so forth. So that shows, theirs. And I have seen Mr. Kettering on many occasions. People say, oh my, this is a Kettering family and they're ready to jump. But they were just as practical as anybody that you would ever want to meet.
How would you define the caring attitude that there was, early on, as you mentioned, as opposed to the way people maybe look at it now? What would you call that? How would you define caring?
It had a very broad sense then. There was not only the care for the patient, but there was care for one another. The pressures weren't on to see how much you can crank out. Everybody cranked whatever they could out at that time. They didn't have to have any pressures put on them. People did what they saw needed to be done. They didn't have to be told, well, we need to do this or we need to do that. Might mention also that as the hospital was opening, that they were preparing to start a new school of nursing here, which put a lot of burden on the top people to get the requirements for that in place. And I guess people knew what they needed to do, and they did it.
What would you tell when new employees? Is there something you could tell them that would bring this feeling back or help them understand it?
I don't think there's anything that you could tell any employee on it. They either have it or they don't. They have a commitment to it or they don't have a commitment to it. Some of the disappointments are great. Some of the rewards are great. I guess I would liken it very similar to teaching. A lot of the teachers don't get a lot of money, but they have a self-satisfaction in seeing the accomplishments of the students that have come up through the ranks that they have had in their class. And it's the same way in a medical institution. I may not be directly involved with a patient, but knowing that I've made a comfortable environment for the patient, then see the patient go away in a much better state than when he came in, is in itself, to me, a satisfaction.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I like that. I was thinking when you were talking about the boilers, if my room's cold, I'm not going to be a happy person.
That come into comfort. One of the most difficult situations that I've had through the years that I have learned, you may tell me that you're too hot, but I know differently. Now that seems like a conflict immediately. The problem is that today you want it 72 degrees in your room. Tomorrow you want it 76 degrees. Maybe even 2 hours from now you want it 72 degrees, 76 degrees, or some other temperature. Ability. So you have to look at it, take the overall, and say, yeah, this is what you want. Another little story that was kind of interesting in that light, I had one floor that every morning when I would come into work, they'd call and say, it's too hot in here. And I would go up and look at it, and I'd find the thermostats at 80. And I'd turn them down. And this went on for several weeks, and finally I called the head nurse, and I said, look, I said, you can turn the thermostat down just as well as I can. Oh, we haven't got time. And I said, well, then I guess you'll just have to be warm. This was a number of years after the hospital was open. But it does classically illustrate some of the things. Another little story, had an area where they said they were warm, too warm all of the time. And they were running 76, 77 degrees. It was in an area that they had way too many people in, more machinery than what was originally designed. And I decided that I was going to get it a little cooler for them, no matter what. I installed, in order to verify what I was doing, a new instrument that had just come out at the time that would measure to 1/10 of a degree. I changed the temperature 1/4 of a degree, and I had to leave on an emergency call. Before I got back to them, they were calling and saying it was too cold in the area. When I got back and checked my instrument, I had changed the temperature 1/4 of a degree. That was documented. And when you see things like this, it kind of makes you wonder. Yet on the other hand, the other side of this whole situation is, no matter what the temperature is, if a person feels uncomfortable, they're uncomfortable. And if you're uncomfortable at 78 degrees, you're uncomfortable. And I can tell you it's too warm, but you're still uncomfortable. So these are the things that you have to deal with. Another one that's very prominent in this area, and that is the relative humidity. In the wintertime, we have a tendency to be very low on the relative humidity. In the summer times, we tend to be very high. People will give you figures, which is the ideal in the temperature range.
One thing I had noticed, I had read somewhere, is that since central air conditioning has come in, that in the summer, people's tolerance to heat. You were at Glendale, and you were in a pretty secure, pretty comfortable position there. Why did you leave it?
Well, it was a very difficult decision. I held off for several weeks, but finally accepted because I decided it was my duty to do so.
I'm going to stop you just one. I think we're getting a little bit of rattling from the
And when you got here, you just told me that you started from nothing.
That's right.
Can you tell me again that you started from zero? Because I don't think you got that on the tape.
Oh, we started from zero with no written instructions.
And that was one of the problems you met when you came here?
Yes, one of the major problems I met after that was that the architects had been employed a year before I arrived and had prepared the plans, had the layout completed. They handed me the plans and asked me to okay them. I found them to be quite unacceptable insofar as the general organization of the hospital is concerned. And that was a very difficult problem. We spent about a year revising the plans so far as the interior and working arrangements of the hospital were concerned.
That must have been traumatic. When did you first meet the Ketterings?
I don't remember exactly when I met them first because I was instructed to deal with their attorney. I did that for some time. After a few weeks, I met them, and it was a very delightful experience. I can't describe for you the very first meeting, but one of the first. Mrs. Kettering called one afternoon and asked my wife and me to come to Ridgely Terrace that evening. We went up at 7 o'clock with the plans which we had been working on, and for 2.5 hours, the four of us, Mr. and Mrs. Kettering, my wife and I, sat around the table discussing the plans, their hopes for the future, and so on. It was just a delightful evening. I learned that they wanted a quality hospital with no extravagance, no ostentation, and as Mr. Kettering said, no gold-plated doorknobs.
Can you tell me about the meeting with the Ketterings again then when you went to Ridgely Terrace?
And Mrs. Kettering called one afternoon and asked Elsa and me to join them at their home, Ridgely Terrace, that evening. At 7 o'clock we went up with a set of the plans which had been under revision for some time, and for 2 or 2.5 hours we spent looking over those plans, the four of us seated around a table. It was a very delightful experience. We learned that the Ketterings wanted a quality hospital with no extravagance, no ostentation, and as Mr. Kettering said, no gold-plated doorknobs.
Now, you've also told about your business relationship with Eugene Kettering.
Well, our relationships with Mr. Kettering were a relationship of mutual respect and trust. There were no documents detailing his understanding with the church leaders about the project. So I said to him in one of our very first meetings, shouldn't we have our attorneys prepare a draft of the understanding that you have with the church leaders? He looked at me and said, George, what's the matter? Don't you trust me? So I prepared a document setting forth my understanding of what I had been told about the program, mailed copies of it to all the interested parties, received no answers from anyone, assumed that was acceptance, and went ahead.
I wonder if there's ever been a project this big that's been built on that understanding since.
I don't think so.
It was spectacular. Now you had to pick your staff while you were worrying about plans.
Yes, many things had to go along simultaneously. And that's really a two-part question because there are two staffs. There's the medical staff. And to create and organize a medical staff for a major hospital was a very complex procedure. But we were successful in putting together an excellent staff of quality physicians with a remarkable cooperation from the Medical Society. Then there was a staff of employees. That was quite a project. The first thing to do was to write job descriptions for all of the positions in the hospital, so far as we could write them at that time. And we had help to do that because we had employed a personnel director. When that was finished, then we set out to recruit. We promised the local hospitals that we would not advertise locally so that we would not disrupt their services. We tried hard to make friends with everybody in the community. We set out to recruit people from wherever we could find them. Two of the personnel people we had were acquainted with the Adventist institutions around the world. They wrote to acquaintances, visited college campuses, visited church headquarters and church offices, got lists of names, traveled the country, and recruited people. Very successfully, I might say. And we searched for quality, dependable people, and I think we're unusually successful in putting together an original staff.
Somebody in one of the books I read, I think it was Russell Shopper, said that the kind of people who came to Kettering Medical Center were very like the ones that settled the West. Is that
That did what?
that settled the West?
Oh, yeah, they were pioneers. And they were all, you must recognize, displaced people, except a few that came from the local community. And we were all new employees. Everyone was equal. And there was a great feeling of fellowship, and we all worked together in a great adventure.
You would enjoy hearing what we've heard from the founders because they all have that family feeling. It's just wonderful to talk to these people. away from my questions. Can you tell me then something about the mission of the Adventist Hospital in general and how it dovetailed with the Kettering mission?
Well, I think that they were quite comparable. Our mission was to establish and provide healing and comfort for the sick and injured in a comfortable, attractive situation, and where possible, to guide people toward a sound philosophy of life and a system of living that would prolong life and restore and maintain health. To put it in a very few words, that's about it.
When did the idea for the college begin?
Well, we had in mind from day one that there would be nursing education in connection with the hospital. And just at that time, several of the states in the Union adopted legislation setting up standards for a 2-year associate degree nursing education. That sounded good to us, and we decided in the very beginning that that's the kind of school we would want to develop if we could. But that meant providing an educational base that would qualify for an associate degree. So over a period of months, the idea developed. We brought in a consultant from Washington, D.C., who headed the Division of Nursing Education in the Department of Education of the federal government. She spent several days with us, and then we met with Mr. and Mrs. Kettering and the chairman of the board, told them what we wanted to do with her approval. She said, incidentally, that when Miss Vaughn and Mr. Nelson, myself, visited her office in Washington, she thought we were bragging. But when she came here and spent a few days and saw what was here and learned more about our program, she thought we were very modest, recommended that we proceed. So that was the beginning of the Kettering College of Medical Arts.
And that was the only college, full-fledged college attached to a hospital?
It's the only organization of its kind that I know of, with one minor exception. There's one that's quite similar, operated by St. Mary's Hospital in Minneapolis. There are some differences, but it's the only one we know that's totally run by the hospital. Incidentally, we had a little difficulty with that. When we first went to the North Central Accrediting Association to show them our plan and ask if it would qualify for accreditation, they said no, because hospitals do not run colleges. Colleges run hospitals. So we came home and wondered what to do. We were dejected but not discouraged. We changed the name of the corporation from Kettering Hospital to Kettering Medical Center. The Kettering Medical Center would then run the Kettering Hospital and the Kettering College. That was acceptable.
I think it's marvelous how you figured all these things out. So, well, we've talked about the goals and the Kettering. You think we did go along and the Ketterings were pleased with what
They seemed to approve every statement of philosophy that we talked about.
Were they closely involved with the project physically?
Oh, quite closely. Mr. Kettering, of course, was an engineer, and he was interested in everything that related to engineering, from surgical instruments to the big diesel standby generator over in the power plant. Mrs. Kettering also was interested in everything, more interested in decorating and color than Mr. Kettering was, that she had a part in practically every color that was used in the interior of the hospital. One day, shortly before it was time to open the hospital, she came into my office and said, George, can you find a man that can help me hang some pictures? I said, I think I can if you'll wait a few minutes. So I went down and got the tools that are required to hang pictures and came back and said, here's your man, let's hang the pictures. I didn't know where they were. We walked out to the lobby and there was a moving van in the driveway just outside. And in that was a stack of pictures, some paintings and some fine prints, scores of them, along with some furniture for the lobbies on the several floors. Well, we put the pictures on the cart and went around through the building. Wherever she wanted to hang a picture, she'd select the picture and say, we'll put it there. Well, I'd hold it up. She said, no, that's too high. Put it lower. A little lower. No, another couple inches down. And when we got it where she wanted, that's where I'd hang it. We went back to the office at the end of the day, and she sat down and said, "George, you're the first man I've met that knows how low a picture should be hung. I hung them where she told me to hang them." Just another little interesting experience.
You did a lot of everything in those days. What were some of the hardest problems you had to solve?
Oh, I suppose revising the plans. See, the original plans did not contain provision for an emergency department or an outpatient department. Physical medicine was a small room, about 15 feet square, and it was very limited. It was very difficult to change that. Then, of course, the problems of finance. Mr. Kettering's participation did not include operating funds. That was to be provided otherwise, and that was difficult. And remember that on day one, we admitted one patient, and then later in the afternoon, 3 or 4 more. But at that point, we had 500 employees, and when the door was opened for patient number 1, everything in the hospital had to be ready to go. When the patient number 1 was discharged, then you send a bill to Blue Cross or some insurance company. 30, 60, or 90 days, when they get around to it, they send you part payment, and then you bill the patient. Eventually, you get some money flowing. That was difficult, but we met every payroll.
Mr. DeCat. What methods did you use to keep, I keep hearing about the morale, how high it was, and how everybody was willing to jump in to do whatever job was necessary, whether it was their field or not. How did you keep that, build and keep that enthusiasm?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody was, as I said, part of the great adventure. And we tried to get everyone to feel that they were involved in everything that went on. And I think most of them felt that way. You know, there was a great philosopher in China who lived about 2,000 years ago. His name was Lao Tse. And he described leadership and went through various steps. And then he said, but of the best, the very best, when the work is done, the people all remark, we've done it ourselves. And we tried to create that kind of philosophy. Let everyone understand they've done it. Give everyone standing room and give them the credit.
What could you tell people today, an employee coming in that doesn't remember or hasn't heard the story, to give them some sort of a feeling of what it is to belong to a Kettering hospital?
Oh, I suppose that's being done. I don't know just how the program functions at the present time. Remember, it's many years since I retired. But I think to make them feel that they're part of the program and that it is a quality program, and therefore they should be recognized as quality people, and that everybody's included. And you may know one of my favorite little jingles. He drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic, rebel, a thing to flout. But love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle that took him in. Take them all into the big circle so that they're part of the program.
That's one of my favorites, too. Now, if we put aside the questions, anything else you would like to tell us about those days that happened or that were particularly interesting, or that you think?
Oh, I think we've pretty well covered it, haven't we?
You did an excellent job.
Yes. He's getting tired of seeing my face. We've done this
Oh.
before. But
Oh, no.
I didn't talk to you nearly as long as Kent did I? Kent Anderson.
Oh, no. No.
Those are fascinating books. I have
Are
been
they?
reading and reading and reading, and it says in the front, can't publish them, so
Oh,
so much information.
there's so much more, though, that so many personal details that you can't tell.
But, when I talked to you the last time, when we were writing the article, you didn't want a whole lot said about the plans. Is this something you would prefer we don't talk too much about?
About having to revise the plans?
Mhm.
Yes, I don't want to hurt the architects. We ended up good personal friends.
We can say something that there had to be some changes made, but not.
Yes,
Okay, well, we can we can edit to that.
Yeah. That's right.
And it's sort of what they want to use this for, is to show new employees,
Mhm.
you know, see if they can.
Show that there's what the heritage is here, what the history here is.
Yes, in talking about the revision of the plans, I do not mean to disparage the architects. They were very cooperative and very patient with me. We just wanted things different from the way they had laid it out in the beginning.
I guess they had not done hospitals before.
The principal architect had not. He had a consulting architect with him, but this hospital's different.
Did you want to talk a little bit about the firsts?
Oh, yes, did I not put that in here? Because
You covered all.
bedside unit and
Oh,
some of the first things that were done here, the air handling system.
well, one of the original things we did was to redesign a patient's room. I don't know that there's any one thing in it that was entirely original, but I do not know of any hospital which had previously built in a bedside cabinet. Hospitals generally in those days had a little closet inside the door, so that if a patient needed a robe or a gown, he'd have to run over to the door in his shorty and get what he wanted, and he'd go back to bed. So we created a design with a closet, running water, controls for all the electric and electronic gadgets in the room, and personal storage right at the bedside. It was quite an innovation. And there's one little detail in it that is not widely used today, and I think that's too bad. The little faucets, the little sinks in those bedside units, each has 3 faucets. One is circulating ice water. We put that, or chilled water, I should say. We put that in so it would be unnecessary to carry more or less clean ice back and forth the corridors all day long. But it's not widely used because people think they have to hear the tinkling of the ice in the glass or they're not satisfied.
It's a machine talking to you.
See if we got that right.
Have you, give me your name and spell your name and phone number, that sort of thing, for the record.
Ready?
Yeah. Right.
Glenn Bylsma, that's G-L-E-N-N with 2 N's, and Bylsma, B-Y-L-S-M-A, and the phone number is 897-2931.
Okay. See, could you turn your chair a little bit more? Okay, that was a little too far. I'll take you with you.
You did catch that good phone number he had, didn't you?
Yeah, 897.
God's country, yeah.
I don't use the standard joke because only God's country, because only God would have it. No, I like that area, which I still live in. Okay, yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, we need to know when you first came here and where you came from.
I came here first, we moved in December 1963. We came from Pontiac, Michigan, where we had moved to take our internship and our residency program.
And what brought you here? What drew you down here?
It was a call from Dr. Ross Seasley, who said that I ought to come down and look it over and work with him. So I agreed to come down and talk with him.
And what did he want you to do, particularly? Did he have a slot for you then?
Well, he was looking for another pathologist to join him. He was the one that was asked to come here to head the department. And he asked me if I'd come down and help him. So I agreed to come and look.
And what did you find when you came?
Well, I had heard in several weeks before this, or months even, that they were building the hospital and sort of kept tabs from what I could read in the literature, how it was progressing. Never once thought that I would be coming this way. But I thought it was an interesting opportunity to come down and see the place. And I came down and we was greeted with Mr. Nelson and Dr. Seasley, who took us out to dinner at Culp's Cafeteria. And we had a nice conversation, and then he took us on a complete tour of the hospital as it was at that time, still under construction. And his excitement and his enthusiasm and his projection of the future was exciting. So we agreed to come.
Had you known Dr. Seasley before?
No, I really didn't. I heard the name, but I really didn't know him that well.
Was there something about this hospital or this situation that was different from others you had seen, or you felt it was going to be different?
Well, I think the most exciting thing was a new hospital and a new laboratory to work in, which you don't always get in a lifetime.
Were you able to have some input into what went into the laboratory then?
Well, most of those plans were already drawn up with Dr. Seasley. And we didn't get down here till they were fairly well complete. They were beginning to move in boxes and everything else when we got here in December. Dr. Seasley arrived in June, I think it was, of '63.
How long was it then you were, what were you doing at first?
Here?
Your first duties when you came here?
Well, really didn't have any official duties till the hospital opened in March 2nd. And basically what we were doing is we had to get settled, find a place to live, and take care of those necessary details. And we were in the lab watching things from time to time, but didn't really have any official program until the hospital started.
I haven't understood there was a great feeling of cohesion or...
Oh, pardon me, we'll wait till the phone stops ringing. Okay.
Yes, I think that was an attractive thing about the hospital too. Everybody seemed to be so excited with what was happening, and I think all those folks that were here early had a real mission and were part of the mission of the hospital and felt a real dedication to come here and give special service.
Was this part of maybe the Adventist difference or the Adventist philosophy? That I know it's what helped bring you together.
Mm-hmm.
Did that seem to carry through anywhere?
Yes, I think it did. At least the nucleus of folks here that were Adventist shared a long-term mission. And I think now the mission is still there, but it's not as clear and as crisp as it was in the earlier days.
Oh, that's one reason why we wanted to do this, to see what could you tell people then, to maybe bring it back or to bring this to the fore. People who are a new employee coming in today, what could you tell them?
Well, I think that, I don't know, I think just seeing the excitement of the new hospital and seeing it grow and develop give you a better feeling of belonging than those that come after it's already up and running. So I think it is a harder struggle to try to get that mission crisp in everybody's mind at this point.
Could I ask, what would you say that the core of that mission is?
Well, I think it's just a commitment to, I think first we have to have a commitment to serve patients. That's as medical people, that's what our really mission is. But I think also as a church objective to have an outstanding institution, I think that most members of the church carry that as a real strong commitment and mission.
That goes back far before Kettering Hospital.
Right. There are institutions, well, the example for Kettering was the one Hinsdale in Mr. Kettering's eyes. And Mr. Nelson had so many very interesting stories that went along with everything he would tell you that were real to him, you know. And it's interesting to be part of that history.
Do you have any interesting stories like that you would like to pass on to new employees?
I really don't. I think it's just interesting to hear him repeat them because he's had them firsthand. And I think being in the beginning with him, you sort of got a feel of that, even though you weren't directly part of it. It did carry over. And we did have some times where we could meet up in the mansion on the hill when Mr. and Mrs. Kettering were actually there, which give you a little bit of attachment to it that we don't have now, you know.
Yeah, but you stayed, so you must have a devotion to the hospital still?
Oh yes, I think it's been very exciting, and not only having one new laboratory, we rebuilt and had the second new laboratory right here at Kettering. So it's been exciting, and the changes made over these few years have been tremendous. It's very interesting to look back and see how many changes there really have been, and they've all been exciting. And it still remains to be that way for me.
Sorry about that, John. There've been a lot of like the equipment. We noticed that, or at least we feel that Kettering's always kept up with the latest in equipment. Has that been true in the laboratory as well as?
I think the laboratory's been very fortunate in being able to have the automated equipment that it needs, and it's been updated, and the computer system and the chemistry machinery is all has been very appropriate and at the right time as we need it.
Is that
That's all I can't think of
Building
anything right
bill.
now.
I'm trying to think of anything else.
Is there anything you would have liked us to ask that we did not ask you?
I might ask it again anyway. What would you say the spirit of things was at the hospital when it first started up amongst the employees?
I think the enthusiasm and the commitment and the dedication was very strong. And at that time, when we had a smaller number, there could be more general functions where we could all get together one place or another and sort of share that feeling, which is harder to do now with a larger group of employees.
More of a family.
Yeah, it was more of a family feeling at that time. But it grew rapidly, and it's changed rapidly over the years. So.
I'm happy.
All right?
Yeah.
I hope that.
Get the right record.
We can always lose the pieces of paper, but at least we'll be on the tape. Oh, this is rolled off at 3. Wow.
Okay, anytime.
Okay. Well, first you could just tell me about how long you were at Hinsdale, about you being at Hinsdale.
Me personally, I went to Hinsdale in 1942 and became a student nurse and graduated in 1945 and joined the staff at Hinsdale as a staff nurse on the medical floor, and then became a head nurse, and in 1948 and 49 we began thinking about having a pediatric ward, because prior to that time our pediatric patients had been housed in individual rooms, and cribs had to be set up for the children, and it was thought that a section of one of the medical units could be remodeled effectively for about 8 or 10 beds that could be set aside for pediatric patients. At about the same time, the polio epidemic that seemed to be a part of summertime all across America was beginning to become a reality in our section of the country, particularly in DuPage County, where Hinsdale is located. And it was along about in late 1948, early 1949, that it was learned, or it was felt, that a number of patients that were from DuPage County in that area had to be transported all the way into Chicago, which was 25-30 miles, for their acute care. And so Hinsdale was approached as a possibility of taking care of those patients. Now, the Public Health Department and the Polio Foundation approached the hospital, knowing about its facilities for physical therapy and hydrotherapy, which was a part of our treatment for all patients. It was about this time, too, that several patients right in our own village of Hinsdale had been ill with polio and were being treated in the Chicago area, and then would be able to come home and come to Hinsdale for their follow-up treatment of physical therapy. And it was about this time, too, that the Ketterings, Mr. and Mrs. Eugene Kettering, who lived about 4 blocks away from the hospital, had a family member who had polio, and it was because of that treatment at Hinsdale that they became aware of what was available, became immensely interested, and also helped to influence the hospital officials that they should think about taking care of that type of patient. So they accepted that challenge, and another nurse and I were sent to Boston Children's Hospital, where we spent 1 month learning about the care of polio patients, all aspects of their care. And part of our class project was to plan how we would handle a polio epidemic were it to hit our area. Within a month after we returned from our month in Boston, we were putting that plan into action. And then we had a real epidemic right in Hinsdale. Patients all around the hospital became ill and were hospitalized there. And it was about that time, too, that Mrs. Kettering was making many visits to the hospital, and she was seeing what was happening and knowing, because a lot of the patients were patients that were their friends, people who they knew. And so they formed a small group of ladies to answer our phones. Special phone lines were put in. Special phone was made available so that the nurses could give these ladies a list of the patients and their condition for the day, and they could relieve us of answering phones so that we could care for the patients. At the same time, these ladies also began bringing in food for the personnel, for the nursing personnel, so that we wouldn't have to take time out of our busy schedule to go to the dining room. Because poliomyelitis was considered infectious, isolation procedures had to be carried out, and this meant that you had to wear caps and masks and gowns and all that kind of paraphernalia when you were caring for the patient. Take that off when you came out. And there was a lot of concern within the hospital, as well as the village people, about those of us who were caring for it, because they didn't understand how polio was spread. And so there were some almost like panic days. There were some people who felt that we shouldn't even go to the stores, that we shouldn't go to church. And so there were some anxious times, but it meant a lot of education to people. But when there were so many people involved with this disease, it's easy to understand how they were fearful.
Can I ask you, what were the things going on at Hinsdale that made it different, say, than from the Chicago area hospital, or is there hospitals somewhere else?
Oh, yes, I think so, because I don't think any other hospital has as good a physical therapy setup as Hinsdale had at that time. That's not true now, perhaps. But our hospitals, all Seventh-day Adventist hospitals, of which Hinsdale is one of the many across the United States, was founded from the old Battle Creek days of hydrotherapy and water treatments, hot fomentations, and this kind of thing. And that was a definite part of Hinsdale's treatment. And also, Hinsdale has always had a very special concern and care for their patients. That was a part of the philosophy. When you came there, as I came there as a student nurse, that was one of the very early things that I felt concerned about, was that the patient was number one. You did that above all else. If there was a patient that needed care, you went without your lunch in order that that patient might be cared for. And I think it was this kind of care that that the people in the community realized. Before that time, we were there. We were the little white building up on the corner that was convenient when they needed medical care, but other than that, they didn't know much about us. We were the odd people that lived in a small community in the northeastern part of town, and you know, it was kind of different. And but the students were, of course, those were in the war days. During the days of World War II, nurses were short, and student nurses were depended upon a lot. And they got lots of experience, and hours of experience beside the patients, this kind of thing.
Would you say what would you say is the relationship? Because Hinsdale was an Adventist hospital, what do you think? Well, for instance, you know, the Ketterings eventually came back to Kettering, and they're once again as an Adventist hospital. What do you think is the effect that it being an Adventist hospital that makes it different, maybe that Kettering saw or that anybody would see as a difference in terms of the way things are run or the way people are cared for?
I think the care. And that began not only with nurses, but that began at the bottom. It began with the lowest person on the totem pole, so to speak, from the housekeeping department, the maintenance people. These people saw all of that caring. Well, I remember one time after we were caring for a number of patients, and we had several iron lungs going, and in our old hospital building, it was a wooden building, we had a special electrical line run in to operate these iron lungs. And of course, this is during summertime, and summertime in the Midwest means lots of thunderstorms. We had all personnel alerted so that if we had a power shortage, a power outage, that everyone would come on the double to operate these iron lungs manually until the alternate power could come on. And I'm not even sure that we had a good generator at that time, one that would have handled this. But many times when the power would go off, the student nurses, and particularly the men employees of all departments in the hospital were asked to be available, because pumping a iron lung is not an easy thing. And of course nowadays, every hospital has alternate power that could easily be switched on and it wouldn't be any problem. But those were the kinds of things that we had to deal with. And our old hospital, the floors were so uneven and warped that sometimes the iron lungs would gradually move in the rooms because the floor slanted downhill. And I remember one poked a hole in the wall because it got too close to the wall, and the bellows, this was a kind of iron lung that the bellows was at the end of the big tank. And there was a constant move back and forth, and this part of the machine broke the plaster in the wall. So that was an interesting sidelight. Kind of frightening in a way when you think there's a life inside that tank.
We've kind of touched on the Ketterings here and there. I guess what would you say if you had to summarize what happened with them there? What was their involvement with the hospital?
I think Mrs. Kettering is a person that I remember the best. Mr. Kettering was a very quiet person. And Mrs. Kettering, too, is a very unassuming lady. Never wants any praise or special attention. She's there. And I remember that through our many days of working hours on end, that you could look up almost any time of the day, and there she would come to find out if there was something that they could do. And one little incident was that the ladies, as I said before, had been bringing in food and juice and other things for us to eat. And our little refrigerator in our utility room was not a very large one. And one day, the biggest refrigerator that could be found in the local hardware store was delivered. And through the courtesy of Mrs. Kettering, because she felt that was something that she could do, and the hospital didn't even have time to think about it because of the stress that was being placed upon everyone at that time.
What kind of care, and again, answer John.
Okay.
What kind of care was given to the polio patients? Could you describe what typical care?
Okay, well, during their acute illness, the first thing is that you just save their life. You care for them, watch them to see whether or not the disease is progressing to the point where they may have to go into a respirator. That's the one thing that you're scared to death of. Watch the involvement of the disease, whether or not they're developing any weakness of an extremity, weakness of an arm, weakness of a leg, and care for them, food, medicine, whatever's necessary, baths. You would begin probably some hot pack treatments shortly after their acuteness, which was probably 5 to 6 days after their onset of illness. Then they would begin warm packs to alleviate the pain and muscle spasms. And as soon as they were out of isolation and their condition warranted it, then they would be able to go to the physical therapy department. Now, as long as they were in isolation, then they were confined to their room. And then they would begin other kinds of activity, like beginning to walk and maybe going outside in a wheelchair or outside on a stretcher or gurney. And here again, the ladies in the community formed groups that would help us in taking these patients out so that they could get out in the fresh air and this kind of thing.
Could you describe to us what was it that the Ketterings noticed going on at Hinsdale that helped them to decide to choose the Adventists to operate a hospital in Kettering?
Well, I suppose it's that the caring attitude that was seen in every employee of the hospital, that they saw that the hospital would do anything for that patient in order for them to recover. And I think they also began to see not only the polio patients, this was happening with other types of illnesses also. And the medical staff too were a great group, because they rallied to the front and accepted the challenge of accepting these patients, because they had to be the ones to direct their medical care. And this meant bringing in pediatricians, orthopedic physicians who could follow these patients during their care at the hospital.
Okay, I'm going to change it.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to change.
But this is the fun part of being retired.
I guess the thing I was wondering, during the polio
Mhm.
epidemic, that had to be a lot of work.
It was.
So what kept you, and maybe the others around you, going?
Oh, I think our dependence upon the Lord for His care and guidance. I don't think we could have gotten through it had we not had good support from our nursing supervisors and director of nursing and our hospital administrators. All those good people that were backing us up and encouraging us. The days were long. We'd do 12-hour shifts, sometimes longer. And some of us took shifts that we weren't, especially wasn't our first preference, like working on nights. And I'm not a night person, and because I don't sleep well in the daytime. And I did take my turn at doing that, and it was very difficult. And of course, we lived with the fear it might be me. I might become ill, because there were a couple of our hospital personnel that did become ill some years down the pike, but I don't think we had anyone that very first year that we took care of patients. But we did have years following. And, that always puts some fear makes things just a little anxious.
Things get that hot and heavy, it must kind of make you wonder what you're doing in nursing at the moment.
Right, and yet though you felt that you were certainly needed. There was no question. Every person that was there was necessary. And I think we did bring in nurses from the city. There was Mrs. Kettering was responsible for bringing, I don't recall how many, at least 2 that I know of, and there was possibly 4. She housed them in her own home. They were brought from surrounding areas to help us during the acuteness of our epidemic. And I don't remember how many weeks that went on, but for several weeks. Until the polio usually would begin, the epidemics the occurrences of the disease would begin about, as soon as warm weather comes, the end of May, first part of June, and lasts into September. We always planned not to take vacations during those times. That's a little unusual.
Yeah.
What would you say to a new employee starting at Hinsdale Hospital or Kettering Hospital about those days to try to keep this tradition of care that Adventist hospitals are known for?
Well, personally, it was the greatest experience. I think that were I to do it again, I'd do it again. I felt completely fulfilled in my profession. I enjoyed it. I was fortunate enough to be able to work in a number of different capacities. And probably when I wore out my usefulness in one, they moved me to another one. But it was a good experience. And of course, pediatrics was my first love. And I mentioned at the beginning of our interview that we began planning about a polio epidemic. And I remember our carpenters worked around the clock to get that little 9 or 10 bed unit ready so that we could use it this was in 1949. So that, and then after the polio was over, then we used it for regular pediatric patients the rest of the year. But I remember seeing those men there around the clock working so that they could get that area ready so that we could put the patients there. But of course we overflowed that and completely had to evacuate one ward of the hospital and make it strictly polio.
What would it be that you tell new employees about carrying on the tradition of that loving care, that thing that we can't really put a
definition on?
Definition on. What would it be that you would tell a new employee that this is what has made Adventist hospitals different from other hospitals?
I guess it's just that little special extra that we do, and perhaps it's because of our faith, because we know that this is what Christ did, and those of us who are of the faith that we are, that is a part of our life, to be like Christ. And I guess that's the answer. It's that's the only way I can say, because were he here, this is what he would do. And sometimes we didn't do it well, but we did the best we knew how, perhaps.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Well, that's hard to select one, but there was one little boy. His name was Chucky Richards, and he was one of our very first patients. And he came to us after he'd been over his acute illness. And he was about 8 or 9. And he just became our child, and he became the mascot, so to speak. He was everywhere. And what was so interesting about him, he had such a marvelous personality. The happiest little kid, and he learned everybody's name. And I mean everybody. He knew the hospital administrator, he knew every doctor, and his paralysis involved his arms, so that his little arms were helpless. And he would whiz up and down the halls in the wheelchair, and he'd manipulate the wheels with his feet. Or else he would talk somebody into pushing him. And we had him for many months. And then he was finally able to go home, came back. And interestingly enough, Chuck Richards cut the ribbon for the opening of our new hospital in 1953. He was our special person that was brought in. A lot of our former polio patients were special guests that day, but Chucky was the one that got to cut the ribbon. And that was in 1953. Oh, there's so many stories. It'd be...
Is there a story that you might remember that you might include Mrs. Kettering in that you remember?
That's hard.
Maybe explain the Women's Auxiliary. When you explained it before, you didn't really mention it.
Okay, all right.
Maybe explain how that...
And I'm not just sure how all of this came, but I do know that this group of ladies became the nucleus of the Women's Auxiliary that has developed now into a a big organization in all of our hospitals. I don't know the timing on that, but I do know that it was the same group of ladies that came and manned the phone, brought in food, helped us care for the patients, who later were our volunteers who spend many, many hours helping us with the kind of things that they do. Everything from writing letters to wheeling patients, delivering mail, flowers, all those little things that nurses sometimes don't have time to do.
Can you maybe describe, in combination with the difference between any other hospital that you might know of, not naming any names or anything like that, and how the care differed at Adventist hospitals, and also maybe describe what a particular special moment between a patient and a nurse might be?
I think the thing that I personally have always felt is that the patient is the one. He's not just a number down the hall. He is a person, and that he should be called by his name and addressed by that name. Probably the thing that makes it different is that when you are caring for a patient, you have many opportunities to share your faith. You have many opportunities to offer the patient a word of prayer. In fact, we have one gentleman, when I was a student, who, when you put him to bed at night, if you would forget, and sometimes the pressure of duty would make you forget about the little bedtime prayer, he would call you back in and say, you forgot something. And I think maybe those are the kinds of little things that make it different than other hospitals. Many other hospitals, because I have been patients in other hospitals, don't do those little special extras like a nice back rub when you go to bed and freshen up your pillow and turn the pillow over and tuck in the covers and do all those little things that we were taught to do. That was just a part of our being. And I would hope that this is not being lost even today. I'm a little fearful that perhaps it is, but I would hope that nurses would think about those little things that make their kind of care special.
Yeah, good. Very good. That's what we want.
I don't know who I could refer you to.
I think what we're probably, she wouldn't want us to do a program
I don't
about
think
her-
so.
on her anyway. But what we're really trying to capture is what type of things that she saw. I mean, you were charge nurse on pediatrics during that time, and we just like to know what type of things that she saw that impressed them so much, to have the Adventists operate the hospital in Kettering. And we've also heard that, but that's Footprints of Faith. Is
Another one.
That I'm not.
What's that?
How that has made a difference for you in the way that you see Adventist hospitals, its whole history. I mean, what to you is so different about its history, or makes such a difference that corporations like GM would stay with Adventist hospitals and stuff like that?
I guess we're back to the basic thing of care. Our hospitals were all founded because the need was there, because the people that did it were impressed by God to do it that way. When I read the story about Dr. David, how he came out to Hinsdale to start it, I don't see how he did it, except he was a man of faith and a man of God. And he felt that that's where the Lord wanted him. And I think that those of us who have spent any time in an Adventist institution, regardless of where you are, and I especially like to feel that Hinsdale is unique in that, is that it just has something very special. You have a mission, you have a calling, and it's a very satisfied feeling that you are walking in their footsteps and that you have a mission to carry out. And that's just a part of the whole thing. And I think that dedication, that commitment, I think comes through. Now, not all people are that way, but as I felt the responsibility all through the years, that I had a very special reason for being there, and that this is where the Lord wanted me. And, and I think that's what other people see. And I hope they continue to see that. Because I do think that we have a very special mission in this world. And our medical institutions have so much to share. I wish we had one in this town.
If there was something you could say to the women's auxiliary and maybe even Mrs. Kettering of all the time that they gave, and if you could get them all together again, and it's something that you'd like to say to them, the volunteers, because they're volunteers at Kettering Hospital could be seeing this videotape also. What would you say to those volunteers, what they did?
You're a part of something special. You're helping with a mission of Adventist hospitals that is very different. And only you can give the kind of thing, only your commitment as a volunteer can do what you're doing. And it's marvelous. It's wonderful. And nurses just can hardly get along without you, I'm sure. That commitment made me, in my what do I want to say, the last years of my time at Hinsdale, become a volunteer. And we would work on our Sabbath, go in and man the escort service and work for 3 or 4 hours on Sabbath morning. And it was fantastic. It was marvelous. And I'm doing it now. As I have retired, I'm now spending many hours in volunteer work at our little hospital here. And it's very fulfilling. Enjoy it very much.
Okay.
My name is Lucille Ek, and spelled E-K.
Okay. And how about a phone number, just in case?
885-2525.
Okay. Well, Jan,
Okay,
fire
well,
away.
let's start with where you were when you first heard about the hospital and why you decided to come here.
We were at Madison College, working at the Madison College Hospital there. And my husband, he had heard about it, and it was during Easter break, and we decided that we would go up to Hinsdale and see about that hospital, and then come back and see about this hospital. That was in '63, because we had wanted to change from Madison Hospital. And we got as far as Hinsdale, and Dale decided to come. So they were so nice at Hinsdale that we decided to go back there and work and then we stayed there 5 years and then came here. in '69.
Did you both work here then?
Mm-hmm.
Just a second.
That one replaced.
Okay.
Okay. You both worked here. What did you each do, you and your husband?
I worked first at pediatrics, and then I transferred to the nursery in '78. And my husband, he was the IV therapist when he first came here. He worked in GU, and he went to the heart floor. He worked pretty well there until he retired in '81, I believe it was.
Now you're in the regular nursery?
I'm in the regular nursery at present.
You like that?
I love it. The old grandma, can love them.
What drew you here, since you were happy at Hinsdale? What drew you here from Hinsdale?
Pasture's always greener on the other side of the fence. You've heard of the great Advent movement? They all move. So we joined them. No, Mrs. Durand's, they were very good friends of ours, and we came. They had been at Hinsdale, and then they came here, and then we followed them soon afterwards.
Did you find any difference in Kettering from other hospitals you worked in?
You mean as far as the...
Well, either.
Excuse me, before we go any further, can I have you turn back this way a little bit?
Okay.
That should do it.
Okay. What we're trying to find out if there was a difference in Kettering between other hospitals, or what made you stay when you came?
We loved it at Hinsdale. It was very nice. But my husband, he wanted to move on. Of course, our children were growing up, and we had promised them if we could get to a place where they could have horses. My one daughter had taken horse training there in Chicago, but there's no places there around there that we could have for them that they could have horses. So we came down here and looked, and if we came here, we'd live and rent someplace out in the country so they could have horses, and we did. They were very much interested in that.
Was there a difference, or what was the attitude of the people you were working with when you came? Were they easy to get to know? Were they friendly?
I'm from the Midwest, and of course, being in the South, they're more of a friendly people. I thought they were more Eastern type of people. It was very, I was so lonesome when I first came here that even if I was glad when the telephone rang just for a wrong number. Look forward to the postman every day. But of course I didn't start right away, and it was a couple weeks before I started. But people were rather friendly. But they are a little different, I will say that.
Where were you born? Where did you grow up?
Minnesota. And as I say, it's that different type of people.
Was there anybody here that you knew when you came?
The Durans.
The Durans.
And Loretta Sheritz was one we knew. I knew her from Madison. She was a student there. My husband knew more than I did. Because I've always worked in like the nursery or pediatrics, and you don't get around to go all those different, the hospitals. So.
Where did you take your training?
Tacoma Hospital, Greenville, Tennessee. And a long time ago.
Do you find that there's a difference in terms of amongst employees from the way things were when you first came here and now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The things that I assume from the way you shake your head, it's like, mm-hmm.
Yes.
What are the things you would like, if you could somehow magically do it, see transplanted from the way things were, into people nowadays? You have to tell Jan.
Of course, it was smaller at that time. The larger it gets, the least you know. You don't know. You don't know anybody unless you work right in that group. You don't know anybody in the rest of the hospital. You don't know your immediate boss, but you don't know who's above almost. Well, as I say, it's lost its family atmosphere. We're an institution, we're a business now.
Can you think of something that might help bring back the family atmosphere? Any suggestions?
I know it's pretty hard in this day and age to do that because of the way the economy is.
Pretend I'm a new employee here and I've just walked in here and you want to bring me up right. Can you tell me what my attitude should be or how I should react to people or something about the tradition that will keep me straight?
I think if we show more friendliness, that we're interested in a person, not on the surface, but real deep down, that we are interested in you as a person, that we want you to really like this place and stay with us. And let's take you under our wing and show that we do care for you. But we lose that when we get big.
Think about it. If you had to describe to a new employee as maybe since you're a nurse, maybe to a new nurse, what do you think the attitude of a nurse should be, particularly in an Adventist,
Surrounding.
hospital? Yeah, what the attitude of the nurse should be. Yeah, the outlook.
Caring. Show that they're wanted. That's one of the things. Security. To me, that's one of the most important things, is security. And know that you're wanted, and people around you want you and love you. It's so easy to come in, and do your work, and then that's it. But when you're appreciated, I feel that's one of the most important things. Makes me feel good anyway. We're all human.
I figured I'd better plug it in and get it working myself. At least some or all those guys that said, "Hey, didn't you pass an electronics test to get your license?" would wonder what I.
I guess this might sound almost like the same question, but that's how questions often go in this sort of thing. How you talked about the nurses, the main word is caring.
I want you to look at me.
That word comes up a lot. How would you define caring, I guess, would be my question.
By showing that you're interested in a person, and that you're thinking of ways to help them out. That's not surface. That you're really deep down interested. And you could go out of your way to help them.
Do you think it makes a big difference?
showing that you're very interested in a person. I feel that.
Patients respond to that.
Oh, yes. You listen to them. Listen to their problems. Listen to their heartaches. Listen to their family. You don't want to inject your problems. But sometimes you could to help them out and everything. But just show that they can put the burdens more on you. Help them, because sometimes it helps just to talk it out. And their families, the patients and also their families, just show them that you understand what's really their hurts.
I was kind of curious, since you came here from Hinsdale, do you see any similarities, being that the Ketterings were sort of inspired by Hinsdale? There are any similarities between there and here?
Of course, most Adventist hospitals their philosophy and things are the same. And most hospitals are. Because I worked in Catholic hospitals and Protestant hospitals, because it goes back quite a lot longer. They're caring, but there is something really and truly about an Adventist hospital there that is, you can say there's a little difference between Hinsdale and here. As I say, the philosophy is about the same. It seemed like it was very... I don't know how it'd be today with Hinsdale, because it was a smaller hospital then. But it was family-orientated. The housing was all seemed to be one area, which is different here. You don't associate so much with your fellow employees. But there really isn't truly too much difference, as I would say.
Did you know the Ketterings?
No.
When they left the house up there and came down here?
You mean from Hinsdale?
Mm-hmm.
No, they were up there earlier than we had heard about the Ketterings and that. Of course, as I say, when we went to Hinsdale, it was at the same time this was about going to open. It hadn't really opened yet.
So they'd already moved out.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got it.
Okay.
The record on the tape, I need you.
Okay.
Your name and how to spell it.
Okay, my name is Mary Ann, that's 2 words, A-N-N, Hofferberth, Hofferberth.
Okay, and the phone number could you reach that?
Okay, at home it's 434-3937.
So what happened for 3 months?
Well, nothing really happened before the letter came in the mail stating that we were going to have orientation. And this was for all new employees, which every one of us were going to be. And we met on a specific day in the auditorium. And I'm not sure, but I think there was 700. It seemed like there was a very large number. Maybe it was less. And we all met, and the administrators introduced themselves on stage. And then we broke up into groups. For instance, the largest group was the nursing group. And for that week, there was a lot of orientation. How the physical layout of the hospital, took tours. Of course, everything's brand new. There's not a worker to be seen. Everything's spick and span. It really was quite an experience. For the rest of that week or so, we were being, as nurses, taught the procedures of
what the policies and procedures were going to be in nursing. And it was a good time to get to know the fellow workers. An interesting story that occurred was when I was in training way back in the mid-50s, I met a young woman at Children's Hospital in Cincinnati. We were both student nurses, and she was married, which was an absolute unbelievable thing to think the student nurse could be married. And I talked to her about it, and how did your hospital allow you to? None of the hospitals around here. Come to find out, she was an Adventist student nurse from Tennessee, and we met that first year here within the hospital, and she was working, I think it was 3 North. So it really was a small world to think that all that time had elapsed. It was a good way to just get to know people whom we were going to work with, familiarize ourselves with faces if we didn't have names to go with it. And all in all, it was a very good experience.
Was that like, what was the atmosphere like with so many people starting all at once?
Well, you might have thought there would be confusion, but there wasn't. Number one, it was very relaxed. Someone was in charge and had planned ahead and had planned well, so that there was no pressure to speak of that we had to not impress, but that we had to consider patients and visitors and give an impression we all knew what we were doing. It was very relaxed, but well organized. And I guess I really was impressed with the organization, the pre-planning. We took it for granted at the time, but when you ask me what's my impression, it would be one of the things that was impressive.
What would you say characterized the spirit of the staff in those first few years that may or may not be different from the way things are now that everything has grown?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that. I don't think I've thought of it. The impression that I have of the employees, the atmosphere here at Kettering is one of, it's such a caring institution. Now, I'm sure that I picked that up in the beginning, but you know, I wasn't zeroing in on it. It's only as one thinks about the different places one either has worked or has been, a hospital one has been in, that you realize there is a difference. Now, probably to each of us we find a word to describe that difference, but difference it is. I think it's a very caring hospital, not only for patients, not only for visitors, but really for employees too. A smile, a nod, a head that nods, hi. You don't have to know their names. You recognize their faces, and it's just a pleasant place in which to come to work. Cleanliness would be another word that would describe Kettering. The hospital was blessed with starting brand new, and they have maintained the appearance of things are in repair. There's still cleanliness. The grounds still, although there's been additions and a lot of concrete and brick, the grounds still are inviting and refreshing to see as one comes to work or looks out the window. I think that's an added treat that not every place can have, but we are lucky to have it.
If you told somebody, you know, that Kettering's a caring place to either be in or work in, and they said, well, what's so caring about it? Or, what do you mean it's a caring place? How would you describe it to them?
I think it has to do with philosophy. Number one, there's no one that's in this institution working that is not working for a paycheck of some description other than volunteers. So that's the same as with any institution or employment. The difference here is that it's a philosophy of service. And people, not everyone is of the same religion or as religious one to another, but you can't help but see that there is a caring that goes beyond PR at the front desk. It has to do with genuine mission of service. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know that any of us sit down and think, this is my service, this is my mission, but this is what it becomes as a result of a philosophy within the institution. This mission of service can be caring, it can be sharing, trying to think of another word, but at any rate, it's not one-dimensional, it's three-dimensional aspects. I very rarely hear, quote, religion talked, so although this is a religious institution, but one doesn't always have to use words to get a message across, and truthfully, this message is lived, and I think it's quite obvious. The people that work here are different. How are they different? Well, there are very few that don't fit in, that don't have the basic philosophy of caring or giving or sharing. If they do, they stand out, and I think they're uncomfortable, and they don't stay long. It's probably their choice. They just are not comfortable here. It's not for everybody. But I think that we basically are giving people that are within this institution. I think that's what I would think was outstanding about it. Well, in comparing the hospital that I trained in another city, it was a church-affiliated hospital. So coming to another church-affiliated hospital, I expected basically the same things. Several things were remarkably different. Number one, to begin each shift in the nursing department, and I understand this goes on throughout the hospital, to begin each day of your 8-hour work, there is a form of devotion. It may be prayer, it may just be inspirational thought for the day, it could be scripture, but it started that 8 hours off with, it set the mood, it set things in order to face whatever needed to be faced. That was the number one thing I noticed right away, because we didn't have that at the hospital I trained in. We had a worship service in the morning that student nurses were required to attend if they were working the day shift, but there was no devotions on the floor. The second thing that was quite remarkable, that has nothing to do with, well, the second thing has to do with the talking to doctors. Doctors are a distinct group of individuals and given great honor and courtesy. And we only refer to them as Dr. So-and-so. they had their own dining room in the hospital that I graduated from. So it was quite a revelation to see Dr. So-and-so eating with other people here at Kettering. And he was referred to, if one knew him, by his first name. It was not, it was more democratic. That was impressive. I was younger then, and it did impress me. Well, I think that from a nursing standpoint, it's the head nurse that sets the tone of her unit in terms of, well, so many things, the whole thing. She's the leader. If she accepts half-done tasks, if she accepts a messy unit, it's going to permeate to her workers, and they in turn are going to do only what's required, and they're not going to pick up after themselves. I mean, whether it's an institution or whether it's home, this is a basic fact that it's the leadership and what is expected that comes down to the workers, and they in turn do what is required. With the head nurse, the head nurses here at Kettering, they're outstanding in the fact that they set the tone for their workers, and by far the majority of head nurses do an outstanding job of setting forth the example of caring, of compassion, of expecting the best, of insisting on that the nurse do her very best. Now, some people would say that comes from higher up, and the head nurses administrators are saying the same thing. And this probably is true, but wherever it starts, it's the leadership that's going to determine what goes on within the individual unit at the hospital.
Okay, can we get the official stuff here?
Official stuff. Your name is, spell your name and give us a phone number when you can be reached.
Ooh, my name is Mildred Kostenko, Mildred Kostenko. My phone number is 433-2229.
Okay, now, we'd like to know first where you were when you first heard of Kettering Hospital, and how you got from where you were to here, perhaps who interested you, who got you to come down here, and what you did when you first came.
Well, if you want a real short answer to it, they asked my husband to come here, so I came along. I always said I wanted to go to the mission field, so I came to Ohio. Now, we were from Boulder, Colorado. It's a beautiful place to be in. I graduated from Boulder Hospital. I stayed there and worked until we came here. And when I first came here, I was assigned to the to pediatrics. I spent the first 3 weeks on 3 to 11 in the emergency room, which was not supposed to function, but we did have patients come through. Then I was head nurse on peds until about 10, 11 years. After that time, I went to the nursery, and I stayed there till I retired in December of '86.
Likes children.
Pardon?
Likes children.
Oh, I love them.
And what did you find when did you come? What did you find when you got here?
The hospital hadn't opened when we officially came, so we were here to help breathe the breath of life into it. We came in January, and my time was spent helping correlate the in-services. I mean by that, the papers for all the in-services. And then I helped with the tours when they had the hospital open, and walked backwards all day one Sunday, and the next day I couldn't walk forward. And then I went into to working at nursing then
Where did you take your training?
in Boulder, Colorado.
And your families are from Boulder?
No, mine's from Iowa. I grew up in Iowa. And left home to go to Colorado. That was a long ways from home. But it's a beautiful place to go. Boulder's a smaller hospital, more like Kettering was to start with. You knew everybody. You knew everybody's name. You knew what they did. You knew their families. We did that when we first came here because we were smaller. The patients, I mean, there weren't as many as employees as there are now. And the patients, we got to knowing them because they stayed longer. Our maternity patients all stayed 7 to 10 days, and so I felt like I was able to help the parents along a lot with their new ones and whatnot.
You got to know a lot of fellow workers when you came early then.
Right. All the people that brought the ideas in to put this together for procedures and policies.
Was it an exciting time, a scary time? What was it like to be here?
Oh, I think it was kind of fun. It was a different challenge, something a little different than we had been doing, you know, but I wasn't really afraid of it. I was disappointed that when I first came there was no maternity department, so I took my next choice, which was pediatrics, and I loved that. I liked working with the parents and the children very much. Always honest with the kids. If it was going to hurt, I told them so. But I had a good rapport, and I still have contact with a lot of the parents today that I took care of their kids on peds.
Was there something that made Kettering different from some other places you've been?
Well, I think the main thing is Kettering was bigger building. It was all new. Other than that, it was really the same. We had the same philosophy as we did in Boulder because it's one of our own hospitals, and it was just a little more cozier where it's smaller than it is in the big ones. But I wasn't really especially frightened with the idea.
Were there people here you knew when you came?
Yes, we knew Shavers, and I knew the night supervisor, Ruby Taylor. I think that's about the only people I knew.
Because I've noticed now that a lot of the Adventist friends I have, wherever they go, they seem to meet other friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've met people who knew people that we did, but we had been for 14 years in Boulder, so we had not extended a lot of friends that had moved out this way. And they didn't bring anyone else from Boulder here. Well, Davises were here, I think. Or they came shortly thereafter, maybe.
Could you tell Jan for me, while thinking in terms of new employees that might come in, who are Adventists and who may not understand what the philosophy is that runs throughout Adventist hospitals, how would you describe it to them?
Well, I feel like it's changed a lot today. I'm one of the old-timers that grew up with a philosophy that you were here to serve. And you gave your all. And although we were glad to get the paycheck, that wasn't the important part. The important part was the service we could give to the people that came to us. And that was what it was all about. Good Christian philosophy of service to others. And I think that's the important thing.
That would be a good help to people coming in today then.
Right. But I think it's gotten probably more sophisticated than it used to be. A lot more legal hassles in nursing and in the profession, and it's just not quite the same. But I'd like to see it get back to where the patients are first and you didn't have to worry about if they went home in 2 days like the insurance says they should, that you could keep them another day and help them just a little bit more, be able to go home feeling like they had been healed completely.
So in maternity they call the patients, don't they? They
Oh,
call the
yes.
mothers afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Did they always do that?
Mm-mm.
And do they do that in other hospitals?
Oh, I'm sure they do. There are some hospitals in some areas now that the babies they don't have nurseries anymore. Insurances won't pay for a well newborn. So the mothers have to keep them in the rooms if they stay. And if they want to send them to the nursery, they pay babysitting service. So we're not that far yet. I hope we never get there.
So you stayed after you came here, so you must have liked it some.
Well, yeah, I enjoyed it. Of course, I stayed because my husband stayed. If he'd have left, I'd have left the same day. But I enjoyed the work. Some days were rough, but then that's part of life. It makes the other days more worthwhile. But,
You got another question, John?
I was just wondering, thinking back toward when things were beginning, when you think about, well, could you describe what the spirit of things was like here in the early years?
well, it just seemed like we were one big family. When we first came, the Christmas parties, for example, that they used to have, it was put on basically by the employees. And I don't know, you just had that family feeling about it. And they'd have the children performing and whatnot, you know, and it was just a big family get-together. And I always thought that it was just really special. Now, because we're so big, that's impossible to do things like that. And I understand that. But I think people who come now have missed a lot because you had that feeling of closeness, you were a good support to each other. And it's harder to do when you're such a big family. I mean, basically, I don't know anybody that doesn't work in OB anymore. In fact, I don't know some of them that do now, but then you just get your own little cliques more now than you used to. But we used to know the x-ray technician, you know, or pathologist. We knew everybody. And you'd speak to him now, you don't know if it's a new doctor in or an intern or what till you've been around a little bit. I know my pediatricians, but I don't know the other doctors anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's we'd really like some advice as to how we could build a family feeling or the caring attitude that you all came with. Do you have any?
That's an awful tough question. I don't know that you can put it in people. People have to want it. And I think now people are feeling more pressures, not only at work but at home. And the more pressures they get put under, they don't have time for that. It's just different people nowadays or something. When they feel the stress that they're cutting here and cutting there and cutting here and cutting there, it puts them under more stress, and that's all they can talk about. That's stress and not what I can do to better the place that I'm in anyway. And I think that I feel the stress too as I was leaving. More paperwork involved. We had less of that, I think, to start with maybe. But there got to be more stresses, and I noticed it myself, that I just didn't feel quite the same as I did. But that's probably why I was lucky to be a head nurse. I could stay overtime and do what I wanted to and didn't have to watch the clock. And that was nice. In other words, you didn't have to say, well, it's 8 hours, I got to get out so I don't have overtime. And people aren't really allowed that privilege now of staying that extra half hour without feeling like they're going to be penalized because I stayed over. It does cost the budget and that type of thing. And you can't do anything about that.
Is there anything that you would like, if you somehow magically could transplant something into people's heads, or at least I would say something, an attitude that you wish you could see now that perhaps you're not seeing as you used to, what would it be?
Concern for others. I think that that's a lot to do. I think people are getting very centered about myself, what I'm earning, where I'm working, instead of reaching out and being caring about other people.
You had a lot to do, had a special project there in the intensive care nursery. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
What was that one?
I don't know, it just seemed like the intensive care nursery was something you talked about a lot and that you worked with.
Well, I don't know. I just did my job. And that's hard to say what, I don't know. I was fortunate enough to be up there when things were starting to progress. We had some doctors that wanted to progress. Within the first year after I was up there, we fixed our little small first intensive care we ever had that we could put 4 or 5 isolates in, and we got it all fixed up. And we felt like we were coming a long way, and we did a lot of educating. And then before I left, in about 7 years, we got the new nursery that is now the old nursery because it's gone. And I helped put that together, and that was exciting. I helped instigate a lot of programs in there, such as family-centered care. I helped with a lot of the grieving parents and helping girls know how to work with parents who had grieving problems. I then, as I progressed out of the intensive care nursery, I was head nurse in intensive care and regular nursery both. As I was weaned away from that because it was too much the way the rooms were divided to cover it, and went to doing just regular nursery, I stretched out to the sensory enrichment program for the newborns, and I love that because I have lots of fun with the parents and the babies, and do a lot of things like that.
The program for the sibling program.
Oh yes, I was the one that helped instigate that program, the baby and me classes, and I had a lot to do with the getting started a babysitting classes. I helped lay some of the foundation for that. I never taught in that class, but instigated, and I worked with Rose Stoya for a long time in trying to get a grandparents class started, which we never did get started, but they now have it started. Of course, it took me 5 years to get to the baby and me class started, but it finally came. And it's just fun reaching out, finding new ways to do things that are old, but a challenge to it if you can find something new to add a little spice to it.
Is there anything you see as a difference that Kettering has, perhaps locally at least, from other hospitals, either now or maybe in the past, a difference that you really see that stands out?
Something that would make people want to come here rather than to prefer this hospital to another.
All I know is that I have taken care of patients who have been in other hospitals than here. And the main thing they say is it's just different at Kettering. They do see it as a caring hospital, but the atmosphere in the hospital is such that it's just different, they say. I don't think it's necessarily that our care is that much better. I think it's just the hospital attitude or something that does it for them. I have seen nurses who've come here to work and who don't seem to fit in with that attitude who have quit shortly after being here. So it must be that there's something within the walls of this building that rubs off on people.
If you had to capsulize what you felt the original mission was here, you would first have to wait for me.
Probably it'll be pick out little snippets and people saying how the hospital got started.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't find them all either.
Oh, well, this hospital would be in bad trouble if the only patients they took were Adventists. I think that, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that basically there was a need here in the community, a need of service for the people. There was a different clientele of patients, basically, than you see where some of the other hospitals are in areas where they had a lot of clinics. We did not have a lot of clinics. We did have a few small ones when the hospital first opened. Our pediatric residents or interns then all went through the pediatric clinic downstairs, and they had an OB clinic, but we did not stress clinic patients. Ours was to come to serve the clientele of the community in a Christian way, living an example and health principles as well as physical, what we can do to help them maintain their health, not only just to get them well. And in so doing, hoping to show them a little of the life of Christ in our lives. And I have a lot of friends who are working with me who come from a lot of different churches who I dearly love. And I think they're just as good a Christian as I am. And I don't think Seventh-day Adventists will be the only people in heaven.
I agree. I think there's anything else. There's almost the
His last name and his first name and And his telephone number.
This is Michael Kostenko, Kostenko, but everyone around here calls him Mr. K.
That's what I told him when I came in here.
Okay, well, I'm ready.
Okay, when, who brought...
Let me, you may have said this already. Okay.
But when you came here, you came from Boulder. Who contacted you, and how did you happen to come here? How did you hear about the hospital?
Well, the assistant administrator was Russell Shaver, and he called me one day and asked me if I would like to come and spend Christmas with him. After we chatted a while, I said, Mr. Shaver, you're kidding me. What position is open? So then he leveled with me and said they'd like for me to look at the purchasing director's job. So we came, looked it over, spent a weekend here. Before I left, Mr. Shaver said, I want you to talk to George Nelson. Excuse me. So I went in and talked to him for a few minutes, asked him, if we choose to come, how soon do you need us? We're thinking, several months. What he told me kind of shook me a little. He said, we need you next week. Well, strange to say, we didn't think it was possible, but we did it all in 30 days. Drove home, put our house up for sale, packed up, and landed here 30 days from that date. I had discussion with George Nelson.
George Nelson was kind of a persuasive personality, I take it.
Well, we had a lot of respect for him, still do. He's a real gentleman, easy to deal with. And in those early days, you could go in and talk to the head person, father, you might call him, Image. I could talk to Nelson, I could talk to Mr. Shaver. It's a little different today. You have to go through channels.
Were you in purchasing at Boulder?
I handled purchasing along with several other positions. I was chief accountant, assistant administrator, purchasing, stores manager, oversaw the admitting and billing functions, and handled some of the credit work. In a small institution, you get a wide variety of experience, but it did prepare me for the bigger purchasing job which Kettering needed done.
What challenges did you find when you started working as purchasing person here?
Well, there was a big challenge. I walked into the office and there were no catalogs, even though the buying function was being handled for just about a year before I came. Apparently the gentleman who was in that position left and took all the catalogs with him. So my first function was, as salesmen came in, what can we do for you, they would say. I'd say, you can bring me a catalog and a price sheet. So for about a year, we were building a library of catalogs as well as doing the other functions.
Can I ask, before we get too far out of the past, that was pretty major that enabled you to even try to do such a thing?
Well, maybe I ought to back up a few years and indicate that when I first heard that Kettering Hospital was about to be built, I sent my application in. At that time, there were 3 people on location, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Reichard, and Novella McWilliam, who was the secretary to George Nelson and Mr. Reichard both. Mr. Reichard responded to me when I sent my application in and said, we will put it on file and perhaps we can use you in the future. It didn't work out quite that way. The construction was nearly completed and the purchasing agent's job was open, so I got a call from Russell Shaver, who was my friend. I had worked with him for 3 or 4 years in Boulder before he came here. So, of course, I guess it's normal. You look to people whom you know to offer a position to. So when Shaver offered me the job, I was ready because I had applied several years before.
What would they're opening a hospital in Kettering, Ohio. I'm curious why you would even be interested from the start without even being here.
Well, number one, I had been at Boulder for probably 10, 11 years at that time. And a change would be good for a person. I felt I needed to grow, and there I was kind of stymied. I was way in over my head, wearing 7 hats simultaneously. So there was a lot of strain, but it was good experience, a good learning experience in preparing me for the future. It was all in the business end of operating the hospital. So when I came here, I said to myself, this one thing I do, purchasing. And I've enjoyed every year that I had in there.
Seems to me purchasing, especially for a new hospital, must have been a monumental job. How did you know what to purchase? How many of which purchase for a new hospital?
It was a real challenge to come into an office that had no records, no history, and you had to kind of feel your way. When I came, I discovered I was not only doing purchasing, I was in charge of receiving and general stores. So I had to develop what kind of records we would set up that would build a history and help me in the future. The department consisted of myself and a secretary in those days, and we've come a long way. We have at least 4 buyers in the department besides the director, and a couple of girls, a full-time and a part-time, assisting. So things have changed considerably.
Stores is its own department.
A number of years ago, stores and receiving was divorced from purchasing. I guess the feeling was that it was too broad a span of control, and so it was narrowed, and I just handled purchasing for a number of years before I retired. But I was no less busy. We just didn't hire as many people as we would have done was I still in charge of the other 2 areas.
Did you find kind of a family feeling too when you came?
Yes, that was real nice those first couple of years. You knew everybody and could deal on an eyeball-to-eyeball basis with friends. As you grow bigger, there are so many demands from people that you don't even know. You have to fill those needs and yet maintain some sense of oneness within your own sphere. So, you know, there's a lot of different approaches taken today that we didn't need to do in those early years.
What do you think are, even though the hospital's grown so much bigger, are some things that need to be hung on to as much as possible, despite the fact that we've gotten bigger, in terms of the people?
Well, as far as people are concerned, when I hire a new employee, I look for a person that indicates to me that he's committed, that he will do everything and all things are possible. You know, you try not to look at the negatives, but you look positively at any problem that develops. And you need people backing you up who are totally committed. And I think in those early years, that's what we felt. Everyone was committed because they saw the total picture. Today, it's a little harder to see that total picture because a buyer, let's say, is doing work for a limited number of departments. Let's say he's doing the buying of printing and linens. He's not involved at all in the medical field, And it's a little difficult for him to relate to surgery, for instance. So, those are differences. In the early days, I knew what there was to know about buying all of the products. And it's interesting, when my retirement came along, my buyers would say it over and over again, how much knowledge I seemed to have about all of the products, which I attempted to, transfer as much of that as I could to each of the buyers.
That knowledge must have been translated in a lot of financial savings over the year.
Well, yes. In purchasing, I've always considered quality of the products that we buy, service that the company can offer, and thirdly, the price which we have to pay to get those products and get them in a timely manner. And I like to keep those three features uppermost in my mind, and I imparted that to my buyers in that sequence: quality, service, and price. We don't go out and try to buy the cheapest thing we can find. It must be of quality that can be used by the user department as they see it. Well, going back to my mentioning commitment, I think that's one of the most important characteristics that a person can have. You don't come for an 8-hour-a-day job, but you must get totally involved and commit yourself to a program that will not only do the job for the institution, but it will help that person to grow in the particular job he's in and in totally representing the organization properly. It takes total commitment to meet all the facets of not only the job in purchasing, but to represent the institution to the public and to other employees in the institution appropriately.
Anybody run the place?
Well, no doubt they had a choice, pardon me, in seeking out who would operate the institution. After considerable study, they did choose us to operate the institution. And knowing the high standards that the Ketterings have set, in our early days we were introduced to the book Boss Ket and some other writings, and we sense that they are very high-class people and expect a lot out of their own employees, and therefore, since we had the honor of operating this institution in the name of the Ketterings, it required us to, toe the mark and do the best that we knew how. From year one, after the hospital opened, this institution chose to give fruit to the employees. Washington apples were chosen. And I almost felt like Mr. Apple, because about year two I was asked to take over the distribution of the apples. And that's a little bit of a sidelight from the general purchasing, because we not only procured the apples, but we were responsible for the distribution. It's been a lot of fun through the years. Hearing the reactions of the employees, it has become a tradition to give the apples, and many, many of them really appreciate that and would hate to see that tradition come to an end. This is the first year I will not be involved in the distribution of the apples, although I have been involved in the procurement and getting all the printing done and getting it all set up so others can continue a little bit easier in the distribution.
Did you always drive for the apples? Do you always go pick them up first?
No, we don't always go pick them up. That was nice because we had our own trucks. We could bring the experience that we had. no history on how many pencils and pens, ball pens and felt pens and so on are used. As we grew, we sensed that we were probably buying 6 times as many pencils and pens as were being needed. So we thought we'd print the name of the institution on some ball pens. And we brought in several hundred dozen and felt that this should last us possibly for up to 6 months. I went off to a seminar, and the assistant administrator called me while I was in the East. Says, "We're out of ball pens. What shall we do about it?" So I instructed him to go to purchasing and where to get them and so on. We discovered that the imprinted pens made beautiful souvenirs, and they walked out within a very few short weeks. So we quit printing the name on pens after that. There were a lot of challenges like that in the early days, particularly if you didn't know how much of a product might be used. I stood ready to go to the ends of the earth to get the products that were needed. Many times I had to hop in my own car and run downtown to pick up products if they were available, sometimes to Cincinnati, or send an SOS to Columbus or even to California and have stuff brought in, special delivery by air freight, to have it on location when surgery needs the products. And surgery probably is the most challenging place in the institution, because when surgery is scheduled, physician doesn't like to change the schedule, so we try to meet his schedule by getting the products here.
When the surgeon says scalpel, you want one to put in his hand.
That's right.
I don't have any more questions.
Do you have anything more you want to say?
Whatever.
Oh, okay. So what's the story about the kidney?
Well, that was an unusual experience. They called us from surgery and said they were removing a kidney, or a pair of kidneys, and there was need for the kidneys in a hospital in Indianapolis. So arrangement was made, contact was made with Indianapolis. We could not take them clear to the hospital in Indianapolis because that's transportation across state lines. So we arranged to meet the police at the state line at Richmond and transferred the kidneys, and the police took them from there to the hospital where the operation would be conducted later that night. They called us in the evening just about closing time. We didn't think anything of taking the challenge. We took the kidneys on ice and transported them to the Indiana border. Took my wife along with me so I wouldn't go to sleep on the way home because it was getting on into the evening.
Thank you. So what were the dreams about?
Well, combining in this place the expertise in all areas of medical endeavor was one dream, and that appealed to nurses and x-ray techs, and anyone in the paramedic field was enthusiastic about that because we were going to have the best. Kettering was going to be the best. And then the opening of the college, of course, was another dream fulfilled. And with Eugene Kettering around, while we didn't see him a lot on the campus, yet we would hear, well, Mr. Kettering has said this, or now the Ketterings are going to be involved in building the college, or now the Ketterings are seeing a need here or there. And we did see Mrs. Kettering quite a bit, particularly around the gift shop area. And that was always a thrill for the employees to get a chance to see Virginia Kettering. But I think to answer your question again, just the feeling of being in a place which would be second to none. There would be no expense saved
to get the best equipment, the best people, and then the expertise that was needed in whatever field. We had heard of Virginia Kettering in connection with the Hinsdale Hospital and what she had done there during the polio epidemic, and now of her interests in building the gift shop here particularly, and being involved in the decoration of the facility, and we just felt that she was really a great lady, and that she was interested in us as well as making this institution a real memorial to her father-in-law. So I mentioned that my husband was here the first day the hospital opened. My sister also was. She had accepted a call long before we thought of coming. But when they came to move her over here, Joe Ziesmer and Cub Bear were on the truck, and they were both fellows from the lab, but they were running the hospital truck at that time and moving these people in. And the people who were here actually before the opening of the actual facility on March 1st, they were doing every kind of thing wherever they were needed. You know, if I understand, although I wasn't here, that if there was extra help needed in the kitchen, why the secretaries or whoever was available, you know, whoever had a little time would be down there helping. And it was just wherever I'm needed, that's where I'll serve. After the actual opening, of course, we were in our own areas doing our own thing, but there was always that feeling of being willing to go the extra mile. And that was somewhat dampened when the federal wage and hour law came in and said, you know, you will now start paying overtime. That cut back on some of that feeling. I remember like the first Christmas party and things like that, when the group was small and it was local talent, but it was again a family affair. Two down in the hospital auditorium.
Of the whole staff?
As many as would come to staff meeting. It was a weekly affair, and I believe it was on Wednesday mornings. I don't exactly remember. But I'm an organist, and I always used to play for those staff meetings. And the ones that we remember were the times when Mr. Nelson would make a little speech and always kind of buoy you on with enthusiasm and a desire to do better and more and to help build this place into the dream that the Ketterings had for it.
What would you say is the connection, the difference that it makes that Kettering, I mean the Ketterings I suppose theoretically could have come to Dayton and just started a hospital, public or one they own. What makes the difference the fact that Kettering is an Adventist hospital?
Well, I think the fact that they did check with any number of people, any number of hospitals to run the place, and visited hospitals all over the country, I understand. They were acquainted with Hinsdale Hospital and what it represented. They had known of our hospitals in foreign countries where they had traveled and had been impressed with the type of work that we were trying to do. And the fact that they selected the Adventists to give this hospital to was a tremendous testimony to the feeling that they had for the possibilities and the way that they felt that we would operate it in harmony with the way they wanted it as a memorial.
What do you think characterizes Adventist hospitals that would have impressed you?
Well, caring, Christian caring, concern, and then dealing with the whole person rather than just taking care of your headache today, but finding out, well, do you have a reason for that headache, and is there something we can do to help? And just a real concern. And that's what we heard so many times in the early days. Well, neighbors would come in and then they'd speak to me on the street and say, well, we were in emergency yesterday. Well, we've never been treated like that. We just felt that they really cared about us and that they had a concern, and just an all-out giving rather than, just doing it because it's your job.
Do you think, I guess this may sound like a ridiculous question, but do you feel like that's still an important thing, even though it's not the small family kind of place that it?
I think it's something that administration endeavors very hard to continue, but because of the size and the number of employees involved, and perhaps the lack of vision on their part, or the lack of realization of what we really stand for, that many times it kind of goes down the tube without being realized.
If you were, for some reason, meeting a new employee, perhaps even somebody who's, this might even be their first job in healthcare, since whatever it is they're trained in, what would you tell them in hopes that they might pick up on that dream a little bit?
Well, what we used to tell them, and when we recruited, we took a booklet along with us that had pictures of the institution. It told about the various departments that we had, the new ones we were opening, and the fact that we were right on the top as far as scientific progress was concerned. But also letting them know that there were churches available, a number of churches where they could use their talents, and many different areas where they could serve, as well as in their own job. Well, I was a department head here for quite a number of years, and I kind of earned that reputation of knowing my employees and knowing what was going on in their lives, if they were having problems at home or if they were having problems on the job. I think caring is reaching out and endeavoring to be of assistance wherever needed. If you come into the emergency room, you need someone who can relate to you immediately, not just come up to get the information, but to reach out to you and sense whether you have a need that needs to be fulfilled. I'm running up against a blank here. Okay. I'm trying to think of myself as a founder now, not as a department head 20 years later down the line.
First name?
Vernon. I'm Chinese, but I grew up in Panama, and for business reasons, my father changed names to Luthus. So it doesn't go along with what I look like.
Make sure Deb wasn't.
Yeah. She's supposed to be coming over. Also, if you answer, if you say something and then you notice that I'm not saying anything back to you, don't feel like I'm expecting you to keep talking. We're just leaving some space in the tape so we can edit.
Mm-hmm.
Couple minor adjustments.
Okay.
The hospital was, God's timing is just great. It never misses. And we came to Ohio to go to Ohio State after we'd been in the service. And at that time, we didn't know anything about Kettering. Kettering wasn't thought of. But when I was through, a fellow resident of mine had come to the Miami Valley. And when they needed to expand, he said, well, I know just the guy that we need. And they invited me, the group from the Miami Valley invited me to come here at that time. And it just coincided with the announcement that Mr. Kettering made that he was going to build a hospital and give it to the Seventh-day Adventists. And so they asked me to come here, and I had a job already. So we practiced at Miami Valley and Good Sam till the hospital opened here. But interestingly enough, as we needed more people, they asked me, if there were other people that we could get. And I was just thinking the other day, I said, did they ask it because of the caliber or just what? But anyway, the next 5 people that the group got, I was instrumental in getting. And they were all Seventh-day Adventists who had come to here. And then when the group separated and came to Kettering, then when the hospital opened, when the 5 Adventists came, along with 2 other Christians that were in the group and wanted to practice south of town. So it made a really nice group. But it was nice that we had a group ready to come in here when they needed it that time. And I think it was all of God's leading.
Okay. So Dr. Luthus, you were here from the very beginning.
Yes.
You were here when they broke ground.
Yes.
Can you give me a little bit of a flavor of what it was the day, that day that they broke ground, the day that the photo was taken? What was it like that day? What was the feeling of the people that were there?
It was a tremendous feeling that a great philanthropist, Mr. Kettering, was going to build a hospital and anticipated at its completion to giving it to Seventh-day Adventists to run and operate. And the whole background of that was an exciting story of why this great man chose the Seventh-day Adventists to run a hospital named after his father and dedicated to the community here in Kettering. And so there was a tremendous excitement on 2 counts. For Seventh-day Adventists, it was just a tremendous thing to think that we would be given a complete hospital. And yet, it was exciting because the community didn't really know who Seventh-day Adventists were. They were just trusting the judgment of Mr. Kettering. And on the day of the dedication, Mr. Kettering had invited friends of his from all over the world to come to the dedication of the hospital dedicated to his father's memory. And at that time, Dr. Annis, who was president of the AMA, was the keynote speaker. And at that time, Mr. Kettering was vindicated because one of the things he said at that time was, if you are so lucky to have Seventh-day Adventists run your hospital, you have made a right choice because they run the best hospitals in the world. And with that, Mr. Kettering felt vindicated in front of all of his friends that he had made a right choice in inviting Seventh-day Adventists to run his hospital.
You came here more than 30 years ago.
Yes.
And why did you choose to stay with Kettering and stay in the community?
Well, I've been very grateful for the opportunity to become a physician. I was a boy just growing up in Panama with the feeling that would I ever amount to anything? And coming to the United States gave me an opportunity. It really was the American dream. I know that I worked my way through high school and college, and later my wife and I worked together to get through medical school. And it was the American dream to have become a physician here, but it was possible in the United States. And so we always felt that we wanted to do something for mankind, and we wanted to be missionaries. That never happened for us to go overseas, even though we had applied to do that. But I think the Lord had a reason for it. And that reason was Kettering Medical Center. And we accepted that as our challenge and as our mission field. And that's basically why we came here.
When that new hospital opened, what did that bring to the Dayton community? What did it mean for the community?
It meant a tremendous gain in population because of the people that were coming in. But it also gave them a new vision of what a Christian hospital could mean. Something that they had experienced with the other Christian hospitals here. But this was with a little more, I feel, dedication among those that came here to serve the area. There was one other note that it helped out too. When the hospital was to open, there was some difficulty with Blue Cross, who was the main third party at that time. They were not willing to pay us that what we needed to operate the hospital. And maybe I shouldn't get into that part of the story, but in any event, they finally did, and it benefited the other hospitals because of that, the other hospital raised the wages for nursing, and so it benefited all the other hospitals too, as far as the nurses were concerned.
So even way back then, those insurance companies were still...
Exactly right. Exactly right.
What do you think Kettering Medical Center has, what do you think they have to offer the community today? What do you think makes Kettering Medical Center special, or is it still special?
I believe it's still special. You know, when you have people, and at one time when I was in active practice here, they had over 800 people volunteering from the community to donate times here to help patients. And without it, the flavor of what Kettering meant to the community would not be here. But people wanted to give their time to better care the patient and the total operation of the hospital. Not only that, in my own practice, I made it a habit of praying with practically all of my patients. And I think that pervaded many of the departments. I know nurses prayed for patients, and many departments started the day with a little worship and with prayer, because in ministering, they wanted to minister like Christ ministered, unequivocally, through pure love, to help somebody, whatever the need was. And Kettering started that way, and I still think that that is very pervasive here, that people come here because the reputation of it being a Christian caring hospital among all of the workers here. And I know that not all of them are Seventh-day Adventists, but they do themselves adopt the feeling that we are a Christian hospital, and we do things for people much differently than just an ordinary job.
Do you feel the mission of the hospital is still the same that it was 30 years ago? Do you think it's changed? Or?
I think the mission stated is still the same. It has not changed. But, you know, as people come and go, the emphasis sometimes finds valleys, finds peaks, and but the core is still there. And to each person that comes, I know I'm out of the mainstream now, but I love this institution. I like to see it keep on its mission for what it means to the community and the outreach. Not so much in proselyting as it is just helping people because there is a need there, and helping them in a Christ-like way.
I'm going to ask you some of the same questions over again. Okay?
Okay.
Maybe I can describe like what you were saying, that how this hospital was really ordained, but it was actually, you told us a little story about how it all came about.
Yeah, what?
Kettering's visits or
Mhm.
travel
Can you go through that history again? Instead. Sorry.
Hey,
I had to knock on the door.
Hi. Hi, Deb.
How you doing?
Fine. Just nice seeing you.
Nice to see you. Sorry I'm late.
I don't know if I pulled that out, Mark, or not.
Just ignore me, pretend I'm not here. So could you, when you first walked in, you gave us that little history of how Kettering came about. Could you go through that again?
Yes, I would like to. The story came to me partly through Mr. Nelson and partly through Mr. Kettering, Eugene Kettering, that I knew. I did not know Charles. But I know that in his visits around the world that he used to do for 2 to 3 months at a time, he would encounter 3 things. Coca-Cola, Singer sewing machines, and Seventh-day Adventist medical mission work, either a clinic or a hospital. And he was very impressed with the dedication and what they were doing. But they happened to live in Hinsdale, near Chicago, and they became very well acquainted with hospital work in Hinsdale. In fact, during the 50s, Mrs. Kettering had volunteered at the hospital and saw a great need there during the polio epidemics and the work that was being done there, and wanted to do something more for the hospital. And as she talked about it to Eugene, he went along with it, that should do something. And that something was to rebuild the hospital from the ground up. And that's what they did. They rebuilt the hospital from the ground up. And it has been one of the more pleasant things that they've ever done philanthropically, and still consider that a very wise decision. That hospital is still operating very well in Hinsdale. Well, when the time came to build the hospital here, his father had wanted to build a research hospital. But when he died, the community came to Mr. Kettering, Eugene Kettering, and said, we need acute beds, not a research hospital. And so he decided to build the acute bed hospital. In his view, from the community standpoint, they said, we know you can build a hospital, you have the money, but who's going to run it? And he said, well, my friends, the Seventh-day Adventists. And so they said, well, who are Seventh-day Adventists? And he said, well, I'll show you. And he literally chartered an airplane, invited the leaders of the community to take a day, fly up to Hinsdale, and he had arranged for the hospital to entertain all of them, to show them what a Seventh-day Adventist hospital was. At the end of the day, they came back enthusiastic about what the Adventists were doing running a hospital. And so we had a tremendous community support throughout all of the building phase of the Kettering Medical Center. On the day of the dedication, he had invited over 200 of his friends from all over the world that knew him and his father to be at the dedication. And Dr. Ernest, at that time president of the AMA, was a keynote speaker. And as he spoke, Mr. Kettering felt vindicated because he said, Dr. Ernest said that Seventh-day Adventists run the best hospitals in the nation. And Mr. Kettering is to be congratulated for having chosen them to run this hospital. And in front of all those dignitaries, Eugene felt vindicated that he had made a right choice in this hospital. And so we felt, those of us who came here initially, we felt definitely that this hospital was ordained by God to serve this community. And the mission of the hospital was just that, to serve this community in a Christian way by Christian physicians. I was fortunate to be asked, the first physician to come here after the announcement was made. And we have made this our mission to be a Christian hospital.
We have the footage of that,
Of Dr. Annis.
of Dr. Annis
Oh, good.
speaking.
Yeah.
So that might be something.
Yes.
It was really neat. I saw it for the first time just a couple, probably about a month ago when we were researching for this piece that we're doing.
Uh-huh.
And, it was really neat. It
Mm.
really was.
Mr. Kettering, he said, I felt 10 feet tall, at that time, because he just felt vindicated that the community would know from a world leader in medicine that he had made a right choice in the hospital and having Seventh-day Adventists operated.
What was it? You were there for the groundbreaking.
Yes.
You broke ground, your son and daughter were there, and you were taking pictures.
Yes.
What was the spirit in the air that day? What was that day like for the community when you broke ground for the Memorial Hospital?
There was mixed feelings because early on he had some resistance from the neighbors because it was such a tranquil place and it was such a park-like atmosphere with the rolling lawns that Mr. Kettering took care of, and people would play on weekends, and it was they felt that they were losing something. And some of the community felt that it was going to draw a lot more traffic through here. And what would it be like? Sometimes around hospitals they're not really well kept and the community grows around it and it deteriorates. And I think they had some mixed feelings about that. And so at the groundbreaking, there was a lot of anticipation, but a lot of mixed feelings. Through the years, Mr. and Mrs. Kettering and the hospital administration here have made tremendous friends out of the community, especially the neighbors that are surrounding the area here. And they have been very supportive and very happy through the 30 years that I practice here, very happy with the quality that has been maintained around the hospital through the years. And even though it has increased the traffic, it has been contained very well. And I think overall the immediate community has really appreciated what has been done here.
When you, where were you before you came here?
I had just finished my residency in anesthesia at Ohio State. And prior to that, I had spent 2 years in the Navy doing anesthesia. And so I came here as an anesthesiologist with the present group at that time that covered Miami Valley and Good Samaritan Hospital. And it was a very, very good group, and they were very supportive of us coming and of taking on the hospital too in coverage for the anesthesia needs here.
So you were with a group already here in town that chose then, when this hospital was built, to cover.
That's right.
Okay.
And their group anticipated covering the anesthesia for Kettering Medical Center. And so prior to its opening, had geared their program in recruiting more anesthesiologists to service this hospital when it opened. And so at that time, we had enough people in the local community doing anesthesia that we were able to cover the surgical needs here at Kettering Medical Center.
Okay, I got another question. And just keep, I'm not looking at you because I don't want you to look at me, okay? So that's why I'm not looking at you.
Okay.
I'm not trying to ignore you. I just don't want to, make it any harder for you to try to look at her. When you came here, when you finished your residency at OSU, and you came here and you joined the group, were you SDA at that time?
Yes, I was already a Seventh-day Adventist.
Okay. How did you feel when you knew they were going to build a hospital that was going to be run by the Seventh-day Adventist? When you found that out, and you found out you were going to be able to practice, medicine there, how did you feel?
I had a tremendous feeling that God had prepared me for this very time. And, it was, it came as a surprise, but having not grown up a Seventh-day Adventist and become one because of American Seventh-day Adventist missionaries to Panama, my mother became a Seventh-day Adventist first. And later, we came to the United States, and I was just 12 years old and in the 8th grade. But I had a vision of service. And so when the opportunity came to come to Dayton, I was prepared. The Lord had led my life, and I was ready. I was a doctor, I was an anesthesiologist, and the opportunity came to practice here, and I was so thrilled to be invited to be part of such a tremendous thing. This had never happened before. No one had ever built a brand new hospital and said, here, run it. Our hospitals are built from, a 5-bed clinic type thing, and it just grew and grew and grew. That's how our hospitals usually come about. But to get a hospital given to you, fully and completely furnished and ready to go, was just a tremendous opportunity. I felt privileged to have given the first anesthetic ever given here at Kettering Medical Center. Dr. Robert Taylor was the chief of staff at that time, and I happened to have been voted to be first secretary of the staff. And it was a tremendous privilege to be associated. I know when the first had trial runs, Mr. Nelson was a patient, and my wife Betty was the female patient that ran through all of the departments of the hospital to see if they were going to run smoothly and how the laboratory worked. And so it was tremendously exciting days to be a part of those early years of what happened here.
I mean, I think when we think of that first patient coming in, it is strange to think about you build this whole big building and it's for patients, and then you just kind of open the doors and then they come.
Mm-hmm.
First baby,
Mm-hmm.
surgery. And we had the first baby born here for last year when we had an open house of a new OB area. He came back.
Oh.
George
Yeah.
Harris.
But the Ketterings in those early years took such an active interest in the hospital. Mrs. Wiffenbach, Mrs. Virginia Kettering's mother, was active in the volunteers. And Mrs. Kettering ran the gift shop. And it was like no other gift shop because as she traveled every year, she would see things in the Orient or wherever she was at, and she says, well, I have a friend that I know would like this, and I'm going to buy it for the gift shop. And then I'm going to tell her that it's in there. And it was such a wonderful feeling among the community to do that. And they would come and buy it because it was not only from Mrs. Kettering, but it was something that helped the community, helped the hospital. And it was such a wonderful feeling that they had of what they were doing here. And they enjoyed it. And one of the comments that one of the daughters made one time in visiting here was, this doesn't look like a hospital when you come into the main informational area there. And it doesn't smell like a hospital, And that was one of the goals of Mr. Nelson, that this would not be a place that people come to and get the feeling that this is just a hospital. It had to be unique in many respects.
You've spent 30 plus years relationship with this institution, a very strong relationship. What does it feel like? What did it feel like? What does it feel like now when you know the next generation of your family is here? What's that mean to you?
It was a tremendous feeling to know that my son-in-law, Dr. David Doucette, and my daughter, when they thought of leaving California after having lived there some 10 plus years, he wanted to come back east. And my daughter said, well, if we're going east, there's only one place we're going, and that's Kettering Medical Center. And David said, you're right, because I always wanted to practice in a Seventh-day Adventist hospital. And so I tell you, my heart just leaped when I knew that David was willing and wanting to come back here. And my grandchildren were enthusiastic because they said, you mean we're going back to the same school that my mother graduated? I said, yes, you'll be here. And so it was a lot of excitement. But he also had the goals of, he wanted to be a Christian physician in one of our hospitals and lend his support to the community as a Christian physician. And he felt that he could best do it. And he looked for the best group in town. And along with Mike and the others in the group, he feels to this day that he found the right group to come here. And he's been, you know, really happy. And I've been really happy because sometimes you lose sight of the mission, your ups and downs as people come and go, but we try to recruit people that are going to add and continue that mission. And I think that we may have flowed a little bit away, but there's hope now for the future. And I'm glad that this is being done because it still is a hospital with a mission. And there are good people here, and a lot of good people. And even though I'm not here anymore, my heart has always been with this institution.
Oh, you want to change tapes? Okay. Oh, I've got my next question ready. Based on what you just said, you know, you talked about this new generation coming on and you're recruiting and trying to get the best people in. What advice do you have for these folks joining in? They're young. They may be young in their real life. They may be young in their Christian life. They're coming here to an institution and may not really know what to expect. What would you tell them?
Sometimes I've been asked that question by some of the young doctors coming in, and I said, if we don't forget where we've come from, then we'll have a clearer vision of what we are to do. And I know in the early years, I talked to Mr. Nelson when there were only 5 or 6 of us here. We hadn't even broken ground yet. And there were only 2 Seventh-day Adventist physicians in town, Dr. Myers and myself. And he said, you know, Vernon, one day we're going to maybe have 30 or 35 Seventh-day Adventist physicians in our community to lend support to what the mission of this hospital is. I talked to Mr. Nelson 2 weeks ago, and we were just reminiscing, and we had both just counted the Seventh-day Adventist physicians in the Loma Linda yearbook. And today, there are 100 Loma Linda graduates in the greater Dayton community. And so when you ask me, what can you tell them? If they can just remember why this hospital was built and that it was ordained by God, and then get the vision of what it is to serve people because there's a need and serve them in a Christian way. You know, we each have our wants and our desires and our needs for our family, but it all can be accomplished in the context of being that Christian physician, in following Christ's precepts. And so if they can catch that vision, they will have caught the vision of what this hospital means and what they can add to the community.
Do you feel the KMC mission has changed from the beginning, from what it was in the beginning? I mean, when you think about what the medical center, or what the hospital stood for then, and what it is now to the community, do you see a difference? Is there anything different, or what do you think?
You know, when something is being pioneered, something is beginning, there's a tremendous enthusiasm for what it has been. I think, honestly, that we have lost some of it. We have lost some of it. Basically, the hospital is still the hospital. It has grown tremendously, especially scientifically. And it also has grown in community outreach. I think it is doing a lot more today for the community as a whole than it did in the early days. So, has it changed? Yes. And it changes because of the people who are here. Not that it can't be what it was, but it can be what it was, but in a different way, because we are living in a different age. But basically, it has to be successful to its mission, it has to be Christ-centered. And the people that are here need to remember that. And if it can maintain that, then the mission will not have failed in total.
Do you have any stories or anything that you could relate that would explain what it was like in those days when the hospital opened? I mean, what the feeling was with the employees, and I mean, just the whole act of bringing all. I mean, from what I've heard, that all these people came from all over to come and bring life into this facility. Do you have any stories that would illustrate that, or?
Well, yes. My wife and I became the unofficial ambassadors because we knew everybody that came to Kettering. And many of them stayed at our home. Betty, many of them found their houses through Betty because she knew the community. And so those initial people maybe have eaten their first meal at our house. And so till the hospital grew so much, over 500-700 people, we kind of lost track. But those early people came from all walks of life, from different institutions. And we were able to, I believe, instill in them what the mission was, why they came. And we found out why they came. And many of them felt called by God to come here, to lend their expertise in building this hospital. And they came with such enthusiasm for doing just that. And it was wonderful to see all these people from all over the nation coming together for one purpose, to build something to honor Charles F. Kettering in his choice, in Eugene's choice, to have Seventh-day Adventist. So it was tremendous feeling of responsibility to do it right from the beginning. And it was challenging times then. Now I'm sure we have over 2,000 employees. Not being around, we don't know many of them. But in the early days, it was wonderful to know the family because it was small enough to know everybody at that time.
What do you think the average employee at this hospital can do to further the mission or the work?
You know, we each come with our own talents. And if each of them can see that whatever they do is part of the team of the hospital. You know, we're not just individuals working here. I hope people that come here to work don't feel that this is my job, I get my paycheck, I'm glad to be on the medical benefit plan. If they take it just for that, they're missing the mission. They're missing the team spirit, that their job is important to the main thing here in the hospital, care of patients. That's what it revolves against. Everything revolves about care of the patient. And every person, to the person that works in environment, to the people that work in the cafeteria, to the people that actually have hands-on care of patients in surgery, in OB, in nursing care, they're all part of the team. And without each one of them, this hospital would not operate. I have seen many people come to the hospital say, this place doesn't look like a hospital, doesn't smell like it. It's clean. It's so clean, and it's decorated so beautifully that it gives you a sense of being at a place that's more than just bare walls and wards, but it's a place that cares. And every person that works here needs to feel that they're contributing to part of the team that's taking care of people in a Christian way.
Is this a good time in the hospital? How would you describe our time right now? In big time.
I think it's a tremendous time for the hospital. There has been so many changes here. You know, we don't fill the hospital like we used to. There used to be times when we didn't have enough beds to put all the patients. And times have just changed so radically that we have had to have some really innovative people. And I believe that we have people today coming into the hospital, beginning with Mr. Frank Perez, who is a real Christian, who sees the mission of the hospital and who wants to do what is best for the community. And it's hard decisions. You know, it's tough love. We used to tell our kids that we love you, but we've got to make this decision. And it hurts. And sometimes he has to do tough love to make the hospital keep going. But I think it's a great time because exciting things are happening in medicine, and we want to be part of that in this community to say, hey, look, we're a good community. You know, we can take care of our medical needs, and we have the people to do it. One of the fun things, even though I'm not connected with a hospital, is to help in recruiting people and trying to get, you know, the right people to be here that have the mission in hand. And I think we're doing that. We have some people coming that are tremendous people, and they're going to see the hospital grow. They're going to see the hospital really mature and get back on track of the mission of the hospital. And I have great faith and trust that it's going to fulfill its mission, and it's going to be fill a need for what the community needs.
What brought you to Kettering more than 30 years ago? Why did you come here?
We came here because we felt that this was a place that we could serve the Lord and that we could be something to the community. We could add something to the community, and we could be of support to the ministry of the hospital. That has been our goal. And it has been a wonderful goal in that things have happened. I'll tell you just one experience. We had a nurse come here in the early beginnings. And about a year after being here, she got ill, needed to have surgery, and asked me to give her anesthetic. The night before, I interviewed her, and I had a very simple prayer, like I do with my patients. Well, she survived. She did well. She worked here for many years. On the 25th anniversary of the hospital, she returned. She was asked to come back to be one of the founders of the hospital. In finding our place at the banquet, someone touched me on the elbow. I looked down. I saw an older lady. She says, "You don't know me, Dr. Luthus, but I'm so-and-so. And I've waited a long time to tell you this, but I wanted you to know that the prayer that you offered for me on the day of my operation, on the day before my operation, it was that prayer that made me a Christian, helped me to become a Christian, and today I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. And I just wanted you to know that." And this was almost 25 years later. And you know, that's part of our mission, is just to be a channel for the love and care of Jesus Christ to other people. And wonderful things happen when we do that.
I don't have any more questions. I'll open it up to you to give you a chance to say anything that you haven't, had a chance to say.
Well, the last question that you had asked was about what do I think about the hospital and where it's going. I have great optimism about the Kettering Hospital because of the people that are here and the changes we've seen and the enthusiasm that I detect among workers here and among new physicians that have come, that they want to be a part of something that means something, not to them only personally, but to the relationship that they have with Jesus Christ and to the community that they're here serving. And I have great optimism for what is going on right now at the hospital, even though I am not currently that much involved with the hospital. But I've seen it grow. I've seen it go through its valleys and peaks, and I have great optimism.
Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Very helpful.
Well, I hope it's, I spoke from the heart. I don't know if it's all apropos, but whatever,
It's exactly, because, this is what we're trying, to get across to the constituency.
Right.
Yeah, we're still here, we're still living, we're still breathing.
Yes.
We're excited, and there is a mission, and we're trying to live it. And,
Yes.
And if we can tell that story through the eyes of, different kinds of people, and that's kind of the approach that we're taking. That's our goal.
Good.
So.
Well, if it helps, I'll be glad. I'd like to see it too, so it's time.
Definitely.
Video store near you.
On special, I hope.
No, we'll make sure you get a copy of it. Definitely.
Okay.
I'm sure by the time you get back, he leaves for Puerto Rico next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So by the time you get back, I know it will be done. And everybody who's in it, your son-in-law, daughter, are going to be interviewed next week.
Oh,
So,
good.
maybe I'll just give them an extra copy for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Good.
You'll have it when you get back.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, about 3 more weeks, I think, to wrap it up.